What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. Good afternoon, good evening. I first want to say Ramadan Mubarak to all Muslims across the earth everywhere. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak. And Eid Mubarak. Allahu Akbar. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. This has been a long journey, everybody. A long journey. And it feels odd to be back with you. Alhamdulillah. And this time, even the things that I have chosen to touch on this evening makes me, or reminds me, or inspires me to say that I need to go this way. Reminds me, inspires me to say that I wish all of our people were Muslims. What 2 billion people just did the last 30 days is a complete reset of our entire everything. Ramadan is not just about fasting. That's the sacrificial piece. For all those who say they love God, what would you do for God? What would you do for God? Not that God needs anything from you, but what would you do for God? So the fasting is the sacrificial piece. Indeed, the entire month is a sacrifice, but the fasting is really tough, or can be. The longer you've done it, the easier it gets. Still, even then, some years can be tougher than others. But when you do put forth the effort, Allah has promised He will make it easy for you. And Ramadan is also the month of the Quran. The Quran was revealed over the course of 23 years. I want to lean up, but I want you to be able to get all of me. I was trying to give you glamour. I'll give you glamour later. Was revealed over the course of 23 years to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So in the holy month, it is incumbent on every Muslim. Certainly we read our Quran every day. But if you just can't get to it, certainly in Ramadan you will get to it. You must read a 30th of the Quran. It is sectioned in 30ths, so that when you are done with the holy month, you have finished the entire book. And you have recited the entire book. It is also the month of forgiveness, charity. Allah blots out so many of your sins and imperfections, your shortcomings, your disobedience even. Allah has promised He would blot out those things for you during the holy month of Ramadan, if you put forth the effort to receive the blessing. It's one of the many reasons why Ramadan is so special and sacred to Muslims, because Even if you live in a perfect life, if you could be an imam, you could be a scholar, a mufti, a sheikh, but still the price for paradise is high and there are no guarantees. This is why every time we even say the name of the Prophet Muhammad, you hear me say sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I'm asking Allah to have mercy upon him, and I'm wishing peace and blessings upon his soul. Though he is the final seal of the prophets to humanity, the last one from God, Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even he and all the prophets only get to paradise by the grace and mercy of Allah. But we also know that Allah is fair. So there won't be a situation where you really have been perfect and then Allah says, no, not you. That is only the way of the white devil. But every Muslim, it is a bittersweet time right now. I speak for all 2 billion of us when I say to you that every Muslim on earth right now who is living is in a state of bittersweet, happy and sad, rejoicing and glad, but gloomy. Because A, the holy month is over. That's a good thing. But will you live to see another one? And also, will your efforts in this holy month be accepted by Allah? Very bittersweet. So, Eid al-Fitr is the name of the ending of the holy month of Ramadan. It is the beginning of 3 days of celebration beginning tomorrow. Of celebration and feasting and giving of gifts and receiving gifts and all that. And then we go back to hoping and praying that we live to see another one. You know, there's always something that you could have done better, you know, or there might have been a couple mornings where you overslept. You were up for the first prayer, but you weren't up in time enough for suhoor, and so therefore you can't fast, you know. Or you, in the course of the day, you forgot you were fasting, and oh my God, you ate something. But that can be forgiven. Like if you accidentally, like genuinely 100% dead ass forget that you're fasting, because it happens to the best of us, and you eat something, you usually remember somewhere in the middle, like, oh my God, like mid-chew or mid-swallow, you remember. So you can just make astaghfar. It was an innocent mistake, and you can continue fasting for the day, and Allah will accept that. I said at the beginning that I wish, I've said this before, but it's even more intense on me now, this desire for us, our people, to be Muslim, because at the same time that we are resetting our spiritual everything, the whole world is going to hell, it seems like. But not the whole world. Just this asshole of the Satan, of the devil. I've cautioned you in the past, don't use this word world. Stop and think. It's not the world, it's just this place. Because there's a lot of wonderful places on earth where none of this nonsense goes on. You know, they have their problems and they're not perfect, but it's certainly not this place, you know. And alas, nothing is. It's odd for me now because I haven't seen myself on camera in a while, and I just feel like I don't know that dude. I don't know you. And we would be incubated from so much of that, you know. I tried to stay as incubated as I could. it's tough because people don't really understand the real grasp of the holy month, and so people are calling you, and that's all fine, but I have a 30th of the Quran I got to read every day. I definitely must get my 5 prayers in no matter what, even if I wouldn't at any other time. You know, I'm weak because I'm fasting. There's other things you're trying to do. You really, it's a time management issue. You just don't, sometimes you don't feel like anything, like at all, at all. The night before last, when I fixed dinner to break the fast, I fixed a plate for Uncle and took it over to him. And, um, but in that moment, I was getting a call, and then I was gonna eat and then call the person back. But I still have more Quran I need to read, and I have to pray. Then my aunt is calling me from New York. I mean, it's um, that's just one example. It's a lot. It feels for me, it feels like you're coming out of hibernation, but certainly it feels the more you, like, if I was back in Gambia, I would really feel like I'm coming out of a cave right now. You know, I was speaking with my brother Samba earlier today. He's traveling right now during the holy month, and he just left Italy, and he's in Germany, and he'll be in Belgium, I think on Saturday or something. And I was saying to him, I wish I was back in Gambia already, that we'd be together during the holy month, and what that would mean for me as an individual, as a man, and as a Muslim. The brotherhood that I enjoy with my brothers in Africa. Um, and I was thanking him for being such a proper brother to me in Islam, since I met Samba and all of my brothers, but specifically speaking of Samba just now, um, I never felt like I didn't know him when I met him. I never felt like we didn't know each other. And that is my brother till the end. And as if we came from the same womb on the same day. That's how I feel, you know. So it's also bittersweet because I live in America, and it's kind of like it's your birthday, or it's your wedding anniversary, or it's your wedding day, or something amazing just happened to you. You won the lottery. Something big happened for you, and nobody knows. Low battery. That's a sign, y'all. You know what type of night it's gonna be. Um, you think how you'd feel, like nobody knows. You're having this amazing thing happen to you, and no one knows. No one knows. You know, it's kind of like being famous. Hold on, you guys. Alhamdulillah. It's kind of like being famous, like as if you were famous, but you were in a country, like you're big, you're huge, like you're the Jedi, huge, but you're somewhere on the earth, and nobody knows you're famous. Nobody knows. Like, you just walk out and people are just passing you. Somebody steps on your toe. Somebody pushes past you. They're in a hurry. You mean nothing. You'd be like, nobody even knows I'm famous. Like, y'all don't even know. You know. So it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. It's also good to be back with you again, everybody. And what is this? What is this? Oh, that was my opening, right? Yeah. Ah, I know what's missing. There we go. So I pray that you all have been well, and that even though you weren't in the holy month of Ramadan, that you still had something um, meaningful and profound and fulfilling happen for you in this past month. That's my prayer for you. Um, when I heard about the earthquake in New York, and then I heard about the earthquake in Taiwan, and I wasn't even sure if that was like a reference or was that now? I didn't know. I was kind of in a time nebula. I didn't understand what was it current or not, you know. Um, then I began to see this Cern nonsense. I thought I was going to be able to see the eclipse. I didn't, because I was fully prepared to look directly at it with my own eyes. I refuse to believe that our Creator would put this glorious light in the sky that gives life to all creation except for white people, and we can't look directly at it. I was speaking to my aunt. She called me again last night, and because she was telling me how glorious it was in Buffalo. They had a full eclipse, like the full experience, all of it. She sent me pictures even earlier today, and I was telling her, like, I had wanted to look directly at it, and she was like, no, don't do that. Promise me you won't. I'm like, but Aunt Marsha, I look at the sun anyway. I've just never made it a thing to just go out and just decide a time frame, 15 minutes, a half hour, whatever I'm going to do, 10 minutes, whatever, and just be like, I'm just going to look at it. That's why I'm doing it. I just hadn't done that. How many years I've been on Earth and I never did that? What is that we live on a planet where this is a constant in our life every day and we don't look up at it? I can't. But she was just talking about how spiritual it was. She was very profound about it. I really felt how touched she was by it. She was really moved by it. I'm glad she had the experience, Like I said, I was fully prepared to look directly at it. I just thought, because they were hyping it up that it's going to be this big eclipse and it's it's so widespread or whatever. And I just thought, we'll see it. But I didn't. And whatever, I'm also kind of leery of eclipses, because if this is the Earth, then look at my fingers as this is the sun and this is the moon. All right, so this is the Earth, and the sun and the moon go around like this. Like, I just can't twist my wrist all the way around, so just infer that they never stop. All right, this is how they're going. Just around, 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 around. Remember that we are not on a ball. We are on a stationary plane. That's the fact of it. So I ask you now, how do you get behind the moon in order to be able to see the eclipse? Because you got to be behind one of them, either the sun or the moon, to see either a solar or lunar eclipse. You can't be in the middle, because you're in the middle of them. They're shining at you. You got to be behind the moon, in this case, for the solar eclipse. because we saw the moon allegedly move in front of the sun. How? How? And how is it not seen by all of humanity at the same time? And why are these eclipses usually, it seems to me, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, it's always here. Like the main thing was here in America. Not like Vietnam or Colombia, Brazil, something, Iran. No, America. Very concerning to the Jedi. Very concerning. So I don't know how much I believe in eclipses, I don't know if that's a real thing. And then also, again, that the glasses, they want you to have glasses. For what? For what? Nature does not attack us, everybody. Any nature that doesn't have instinct does not attack us. Hear that. Anything created by Allah that does not have instinct does not attack mankind. And even those things that attack us are on instinct and provocation. A bear attacks you. It's got to either be hungry, or you threatened it some type of way. You took its baby. You're too close. So you got to do something. Bears will never come looking for you to hunt you. It's against their instinct, and they only do what Allah has ordained. Same with anything else is dangerous. A snake, a lion, a tiger, a bear, a mosquito even. Mosquitoes are doing what they're supposed to do. So you stay clear of them. They're not mean. They're not being specious. They're not going to come looking for you at your house. But if you where they're at, their instinct kick in. I'm supposed to suck on that right there. Let me get over there and bite her. You see? So I don't believe that it's dangerous to look at an eclipse or indeed the sun. I also know that the moon is not a rock ball thing, that it is a plasma. It is like a plasma disc. This is why we get the stages of the moon. Don't give me a shadow from the earth. That's ridiculous. We know the moon has its own light, and we also know that the earth is not a ball, because they're giving you this crescent moon and half moon and all that stuff based on, it's the earth in the way. No, reject that out of hand. Go with what you have evidence of, and that's what God is showing you every single day. But you see, this demon has perfected the art of having you disbelieve what you see and know with your own eyes, ears, feeling, taste, touch, and smell, and listen to them. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. So I don't have an answer for why they do this whole eclipse thing. Part of it is the propaganda to keep up the fiction of this globe Earth. But past that, I really don't proclaim to be brilliant on why they do it. Then there was this Cern. I'm hoping that when I was preparing the video clips that I'm going to present to you today, I couldn't find the Cern ceremony, this demonic presentation they put on, complete with the Baphomet and all. That this was for the ceremony for this Cern, this particle, what do they call it? We'll get to it, but a particle something, like atoms and stuff, scientific stuff that we can't spell and don't need to, but it's some portal now that they think that they can open up a dimension, into time or something, or that they can look back and see what caused the Big Bang and what were the, like Allah said, be, and that began the formation of all that is existence. So they're never going to know. But again, these people are trying to play God when they're exactly against God because they think they are God. That's why they had this demonic ceremony going on. And there was blood, there was people out there hanging themselves, and there was the Baphomet, and there was all these symbols and things. It was very demonic. It was very demonic. We're going to see a clip of that, inshallah. Also, I have, that's the wrong one. Diddy is only worthy of me to comment on because there's a bigger point to be made. Like, I'm not into the salacious stuff. Y'all know that. And the ooh of it. I'm not here for that. Like, take that down the street. But what are you looking for, Jedi? Oh, I made some bullets so that I know what it is that I need to touch on. And of course, there's racism involved. I'm going to show that. I've got some clips pulled on Diddy. We're going to also get into, I mentioned the earthquakes in Taiwan and New York. I want to juxtapose that to something. And that also brought back around, you'll recall that, when was it? I think I can tell you now. 2 years ago. There it is. 2 years ago, I did a piece on the condominium complex in Florida that collapsed. But I showed you that that was brought down by controlled demolition, and that it was all this Zionist Jew bullshit. There they were, everybody they interviewed had on a little yarmulke or something that said Israel or something, and they had a menorah, a huge menorah. I mean, it was just, and but when I did that 2 years ago, I must have not had internet, or y'all know I've been in and out of stuff, so I don't know. But for some reason, that I did a live stream, and it was, I literally just showed you it from my phone. Well, we're going to do something different because I need to juxtapose that to something else that also brings us back around to this Baltimore Bridge. I also want to share with you that the first video that I did on the Baltimore Bridge, one of the clips that I used in it, ironically, I said in the when I was showing the clip, I go, this clip is to preempt people like me who are calling bullshit on this. They were trying to put a claim against my video. I never give YouTube credit for anything. Y'all know that. But I always acknowledge righteousness no matter where it presents itself. And I have to give it over to them. I have to give it over. Because this is what they should have been doing the entire time. Instead of them just, it's a strike on your channel and it's copyright strike. They were like, they're saying they don't want you to use this. It's against their copyright. You have 7 days to either take it down and nothing will happen, or you can leave it up, but in 7 days, then we'll take it down and there'll be a strike on your channel. That's the way to do it. I still have my 23,000 subscriber channel. Why couldn't you have been doing that the entire time? Because most people aren't looking to break rules, and most people on the internet are not a lawyer. So, I mean, it was just, but anyways, and I didn't need the piece anyway. And it also gave me an opportunity because the piece that I released it as part 2. I left the majority of the video except for their bullshit that I didn't really need. And I was able to add the witnesses to the piece. So, alhamdulillah. And that is now back at or either exceeded now the view count of the original video. So I win either way. I win. That I win. That I win. That I win. As I mentioned that because, as I say, then that brings us back around to the bridge, because I presented for you in that piece that is controlled demolition, the bringing down of this bridge. I proved that indeed there was no all this story about the power out and all that nonsense. Give me a break. The fact of the matter is that they steered into that bridge on purpose. That's not up for debate. I proved it. I proved it. I proved it. Also, you need to know that on the day yesterday when they had their whole Eclipse drama, I wasn't able to find the any presentation of them because NASA was also supposed to shoot 2 rockets up into the either the moon shadow or something for some study, you know, and they were calling that whole operation Serpent Deity. Know this, I've told you this before in the past. The very word NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. You can look it up now. You can just put in a search. What does the name NASA mean in Hebrew? And it will tell you to deceive. NASA. I'm over it. So we'll see if we can see something on the Serpent Deity. Yeah, that's our starters. Let me see who's here, and then we will get into our first piece, as it were. How much charge have I got on this now already? 28%. That won't do it. I'm just gonna let that charge a little bit more. Let me see if I can look on here again. And see. ¿Quién está aquí conmigo? By the way, also, the video that I released earlier to announce that I would be live today. Please don't be hurt, everybody, if I didn't put your name in the names that I was putting up on the screen to shout out. I couldn't put everybody. I just literally was going by random names that came to my mind. You know, no order, no particular anything. It was just I had an inspiration because it's just a talking video. I just have my icon on the screen, and I just thought that'll make it more interesting. And it's a good thing to shout people out. So if you didn't get shouted out, don't feel like you're not special to me. It was a random thing. That's all. Also, let me remind you, everybody, we're on StreamYard. I'm expecting y'all to turn on your cameras and come on screen some type of way. You understand? Let's have a real discussion. Let's get this channel moving, everybody. Let's get it moving. Let's get it moving. I've already put the link in the chat for the for how you click to come on. When you do the process after you click on the link, I will see you backstage. I could see you. Nobody else could see you yet. You could let me know if you're ready to go on, if you ain't ready to go on yet. Whatever you want to do. You understand? But I'm expecting that, everybody. So let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it. Or I shall fire you all on the spot, and I will get all new subscribers. Uh-oh, where'd my chat go? Wait. Where'd the chat go? I can't. Alright, I can't do this. Wait. Alright, let me go out and come back. Alright. Sweet D. Blessings to you, Queen. Good to see you. Good to be back. And good to see you. Jerry, thank you. Trying to look you up. I think you meant on Google. Any suggestion? Trying to look you up. Google. Any suggestions, Jedi? What's your question, Jerry? You literally said, thank you, period. Trying to look you up, Google. Colon. Any suggestions? On what? Let me know, Jerry. Kiara, big shout out to you, beautiful queen. Been a while. How are you guys? Yes, Kiara. So good to see your beautiful face. Allison Bleb, Jedi, shout out to you, Jedi, to follow up on my comment about us being indigenous to America, sharing this video with you and the chat. Okay, I will make sure I don't forget to click on it and play it at some point in the stream. It'll be best to do it, Allison, because I have also a random section that I want to do when we get through our main topics. I have stuff that I'm going to make this a regular part of what I do. Like I have some, like, you know, when you're on Twitter or Instagram and you come across something interesting, it could be about anything, and I just save it. So I want to make that like an ongoing thing where we just go to random stuff. It could be anything. It could be anything, just random. So remind me, Allison. Simply Sandra, simply good evening. And did you simply get moved yet, San? And I simply miss you, and I'm so simply glad you're here. I love you. Jedi and hey, Jedi, King Jedi and beautiful chat, fam. Hope all is well. Shout out to Bricks with the double X. What's up, brother? Richard Hart, a big shout out to you. And thank you for being here all the way from the UK, brother. Nixie, big shout out to you. You say, I'm so pleased I caught your live stream. Well, I'm pleased you caught it too, Nixie. Just make sure you have your notifications on. And also, everybody, what else was I going to tell you? Yeah, make sure you have your notifications turned on your device. Not just like you're subscribed to me. Double check your subscription. Make sure that you hit the bell so that and click on all. But that won't be enough if the notifications on your very device are off. That might be why some of my people aren't getting notified when I'm doing anything. And I'm guilty of this too, like for just in general, because I don't like a lot of stuff coming up, you know. But make sure your notifications are turned on, and then you can customize your notifications of all the other stuff you get notified about in your life, you know, from security cameras to whatever, emails, whatever. But make sure your notifications on your device are on. Do that. That's probably the best tip I could give to you right now. Cheryl Bryant, a big shout out to you, Queen. I'm so glad you were here. Good evening. Nixie says, I'm totally for Palestine, which is the other thing if I didn't mention it, it's on my list, right? Gaza? I know I'm speaking about Gaza. I know it. You say, where was I? You say, I'm totally for Palestine, but I'm a little nervous about this, but Nixie. But when you stumble across things like this, I just don't know. Things like what, Nixie? We're all out of context. Stumble across things like what? Allison, all of the pale faces are suspicious. I can't be bothered with any of these countries, no matter their religious label. This includes Asians and Indians, Arabs. Then that's Nixie to Allison. That's Allison. Let me move on past Allison to people who will get their shout out, and then I'll come back. Khalifa of the Most High, a big shout out to you. You say just clocking in. San, you say we did move, and I sent you a text. Love you. Oh, snap. All right, well, I'll look for it, San. Because I did have a while there where I wasn't, somehow my phone, I wasn't hearing any ringtones, definitely no notifications. Somehow it would turn itself down. I've had that happen with other phones in the past. Like, I didn't turn it down. How's it getting turned down? I don't understand. So I'll look for it, son. And Sean Scott, a big shout out to you. What's good, Jedi? Salute to the chat. Good to see you, Sean. LA sports fan, big shout out to you. Um, and where am I? Uh, my written voice, Eid Mubarak, Eid Kareem, Alhamdulillah, Barakafik, Tabarakallah, Alhamdulillah, Assalamu alaikum, Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I love you. Good to see you, Queen. I resonate with all that you have said. Alhamdulillah. I have been really absorbed by the holy month. Inshallah, we will talk soon. Yes, I would love that. And you already know our last exchange. Anytime, anytime, anytime. Whatever's good for you is good for me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Do not be shy. Um, all right. We'll come back to some of this, some of your comments, Allison, because I don't want to just drag down with a whole bunch of your comments and I could be moving on. I'll come back. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Jack Uptone, a big shout out to you, brother. I felt and looked weird. I think it felt and looked weird outside for about 10 minutes. Where are you at, Jack? Because I was thinking we would at least get that then. Like I was expecting full eclipse actually. So I was like, well, we didn't even get nothing that looked anything. Like nothing changed. Nothing changed. Know this. This eclipse also exposes everybody, even if we go with their ball model. This eclipse, how long did it take that damn thing to move in front of the sun? So this idea that the earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour won't work. Because it should have been move and we're done. Oh, well, that was the eclipse. You saw it. That's it. It's over. And that didn't happen. You see? The truth has a way of creeping out and presenting itself no matter what. I always tell you, truth and water are like the same thing to me. They find a crack and they come through. They come through. Again, everybody, I'm going to be very, very hard on you this evening about coming live onto the chat. I'm sitting up here. I take the time to read every single one of your comments. I've got Allison, who I love. She's typing a dossier already. It'd be a lot easier, Allison, if you just come on live on the chat and have all your say, Queen. I don't got to read. You feel me? It's a lot quicker. All of that. You feel me? So you need to do that. Y'all need to do that. So come on the chat, everybody. And I know the snowball effect. Many of you are waiting on somebody else to do it, and then you'll come on. So who's going to be the first shoe to drop? I can't with you people. All right, let me cue P. Diddy first, because I think I could dispense of him very quickly. This is more of a legal issue for me. Legal and race is my angle on the whole P. Diddy debacle, as it were. Because he was raided by Homeland Security, everybody. And like that's a step up. I mean, you got your local police, you got then up from there would be state police, like then the National Guard, then I see somebody, LA sports fan, cannot wait to meet you. Are you ready to come on now, brother? Type yes or no, because I don't want to. I said I would let you all tell me if you're ready to go live or not. So let me know, LA sports fan. Anyways, then the FBI, then now poof, this is um, Homeland Security. Also, the fact that they did this so simultaneously, there was a major choreography that went on. Jack, I see you say you're in the Midwest. Okay, I'm originally from the South Side of Chicago, so you're either like Michigan, um, Indiana, Illinois, Detroit, just Midwest. Okay, sports fan, I'm just gonna bring you in. I'm not hearing from you. How do I do this? Oh, you're on. Subhanallah.
Hey,
Sports fan,
hey,
you look like
hear me?
Terrence. I can hear you.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, is you
Yeah, it's me,
Terrence?
Terrence. Yeah,
I didn't even know you changed your damn
yeah,
what's the name, brother? Good to see you, Terrence.
yeah. My YouTube got deleted. Yeah, my YouTube got
Damn.
deleted.
Just so y'all know, Terrence has been with me forever. And this is the traveling dude right here, you understand? He's just a traveler to me some type of way. It's good to see you, brother. See, I know my own. I'm like,
Yeah,
wait, that
man.
looks like Terrence. Let me find out. Wow, brother. So what you want to say, Terrence? Or you just
Yeah,
want
I
to hang
moved to
out?
Maryland.
What part?
Ocean City.
Okay. I was in Beltsville and
So yeah, I heard
Oxyville.
about
I
that
know what.
bridge.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that's definitely uh um demolition explosives on the bridge. Trust and believe. Do you understand? And I don't know if you got a chance to see the video that I did on
How
it,
do I look? I look
Terrence.
okay?
Yeah, 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 man. Yeah, your lighting is good. You obviously it's nighttime. You're outside, but you coming through. It's all good.
Yeah, this.
Um, but yeah, I don't know if you got a chance to see the video or not, Terrence. But the bridge was definitely brought down by explosives, and I proved that in the video. And since I did my video, I've seen others now. Some other outlets that are like unequivocally they're not going for it. They're like, this was brought down by explosives, period, the end. And one of the pieces I'm going to present tonight is the bridge juxtaposed to the uh this thing that happened in Florida a couple years ago, where this
Oh yeah.
condominium complex supposedly collapsed into its own footprint. Nah, that was also controlled demolition. You understand? And it was 98 tenants in the condominium, and they gave them $83 million to split. $83 million for 98 people. Somebody do the math and tell us how much each person gonna get. You feel me? Like I'm really over it.
Hmm.
Um,
Wow.
okay, somebody says you're echoing. That's Kiara, but Kiara, it might just be on your end. I'm not getting any echo. Let me go in the other room and hear it because I might be causing the echo. Hold up, Kiara.
Am I still echoing? Am I still echoing?
Okay, it's me, y'all. Wait, let me turn on in-house volumes. Okay, that was me. Because this software, when I play something, for some reason it makes my mic on here more sensitive and it picks up the damn. I don't know why it does that. And I lost you, Terrence. You can come back anytime, brother. Um, but y'all other folks, let's have it. Let's see, how do I do this?
Am I back
Okay,
on?
there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
But I need to turn this up so I can hear you though.
Do you
But
hear me
now we're
now?
gonna have a delay.
You hear me?
I need to be able to hear you. Okay, say something, Terrence.
Test. Can you hear?
Say something.
Ocean City, Maryland.
Okay, I can hear you. I just need to have just enough volume to hear you, so hopefully it won't bleed into here, and then they won't get echo.
Yeah.
You said you just moved to Maryland?
Yeah, about a year ago.
Okay. Is this your first time in Maryland?
Oh yes, yes.
You're gonna like it, man.
Yeah, I love it
You're
so
gonna
far.
like it. I love Maryland, and I don't remember if Ocean City is which county is it in?
Oh,
Is it Anne
here's with a
Arundel?
W. No, it's near Southbury.
Prince William?
Worcester, something like that.
Um, yeah, you definitely gonna want to be in Prince George's County. Shout out to Prince George's County. That's the spot, man. But you will like Maryland, and you will get your life from the crab cakes. If you like crab cakes,
Yes.
I'm telling you, your
Yes.
whole life is about to change. And if you get to Baltimore, you want to go to Fadley's. Fadley's. They're inside of Lexington Market in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And okay, they $25 each, but it's worth it. And I think that one is cheaper. Like if you get like the non-lump meat or something like that. But I'm telling you, man, that's Fadley's is your best friend. You will see your own birth. You will get your entire life. I'm telling you. But Prince
Yeah, I
George's
see my
County.
shout out on your my name on your shout out thing. I was like, yeah, I had to try
Oh,
to support the
alhamdulillah.
channel.
Yeah, I got you up there, man. You're on my heart. That's what I'm saying. Like I knew your face when I seen you, even though your name was different. I'm like, that's Terrence. But like as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I didn't want anybody that I didn't name, like that I didn't put on there. Like don't be bitter because I just was just pulling names of the people I know off my heart. You know what I mean? So yours was one of them, brother. Absolutely, absolutely. Nixie says, thanks. Will you drop your link, please? Oh, that's for Allison. Um, you're able to still see the stream though, right? Terrence?
Well, I see you.
Okay, so I'm gonna put something else up on the screen so you could tell me if you'll help me. You tell me if you
Okay.
see this when I play this. Where is it now? Let me let this ad play. Skip. Wait now. Okay, let's see, share. Let's see. Okay. Share. Now let me see what the screen looks like.
Yep.
Oh, I'm behind. I'm looking at the wrong image. Let me catch up, y'all. Because I went
Well, yeah,
back when I
it
went
shows
to
it. I
go
see
to.
it.
It does?
Yeah, I see something. I see the.
Okay. This is the Diddy piece. Um, uh, uh, we'll hear this report first, you guys. Um, and stay with me, Terrence. Uh, and because I'm gonna start playing this, then I'm gonna go to the other room to hear what the audio experience is for everybody. So just stick with me there. I need you to be on
Sure.
right now.
We're
Yep.
following, and of course, we're trying to gather more and more information about it here on Live Now from Fox as Diddy's home in Los Angeles has been raided by Homeland Security. Of course, we're learning more information. I do want to take you back out here before we get out to our Fox 11 team in their coverage, because some of this video is very dramatic and we don't know a ton of information right now about this here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, breaking news of this, as you can see, potentially law enforcement officials near the Beverly Hills area. Of course, we're following it very closely on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we're watching this. We didn't know exactly what we were seeing at the time. So this is just a little bit ago, as you can see a crowbar to get through this gate a little bit, just to see the amount of force they are using to get inside this home. Of course, the complex in which this home is a very expansive one for the American rapper and producer. You can see them checking inside a vehicle. We don't know exactly what is involved, if Diddy's even there. We don't know a ton of information about this at all, but this was dramatic video coming in of the Los Angeles home there, raided by Homeland Security. Some of those images there on the backs of them. We also saw other images. I want to kind of quickly move to what else we saw as people were led away, potentially in custody. Don't know who these individuals are, if they're related to Diddy in any way, but you can see them. Dramatic video from our Sky Fox team there in Los Angeles as we continue to cover this. And our Fox 11 team is there on the ground right now as we speak. Let's take you out to some of their coverage here as we follow this developing story in Los Angeles.
And then detain those 3 people inside. We haven't seen any signs of P. Diddy himself. Again, we're hearing that he is possibly in New York, but several people inside the home that will surely be questioned. Very chaotic scene when all of this happened. Lots of neighbors wondering what's going on, of course, and we'll keep you updated. But it's definitely going to be quite a scene here for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, when you see this number of law enforcement agencies coming together, making this type of raid to such a big, high-profile mansion like this, well, this is very thoughtful planned out. So they base this on a number of
I can see we're
information,
getting some lag on the
evidence, or
playback
what they're looking for. So
of the
clearly,
news
this is
clip.
not something they do lightly. They really go through the process of making sure that everything is ready before they conduct a raid like this. So yes, this took a lot of planning.
That's
for all
fine.
these
What I
multiple
want to say
agencies
about
to
this
come together to actually now conduct
is what we learned, everybody, is that the media was on scene when Homeland Security started going in. That means somebody called the media, you see, to put them on alert, you know, and they also kept it quiet because remember, they need to do this all simultaneously at his houses on each coast so that they, you know, one location doesn't have time to call the other location and go, ooh, they about to raid us or they're raiding us, whatever. So white collusion, white allegiance. But they still tipped off the media, who also kept it quiet. And the fact that his sons were brought out in handcuffs, the way they treated them wasn't the way they would have treated any white celebrity. You know, you think they would have done this to Meryl Streep's family? I doubt it. Do you understand? I mean, so there's some things. Let's hear a little bit more of this.
a type of raid like this.
How does it sound
you're
on
seeing
your
right
end,
now
Terrence?
with this street?
It's clear, but just the video's a little choppy.
also shut down.
What's your audio experience on your end, Terrence?
Oh, it's perfect. Just the video's choppy.
Okay, okay.
For the time being, because Haley, you could see the perimeter has been set up in that neighborhood to keep just the public
Right,
back
right.
from the work that's
And I
being
gotta
done. And there
figure
you
out
have the
why
shot
that
from
is.
Skyfox again, these heavily armed vehicles right next to all those luxury cars. You already see a Porsche, G-Wagon, so many luxury cars right there on that property. So it is a very differing juxtaposition there of what you're seeing. But look at this mansion here in Holmby Hills where the raid is taking place. Again, we don't know what exactly they're looking for, who they're looking for, but again, this could possibly be linked to a sex trafficking investigation involving
I do appreciate they're referring to him as
she
the music
believes, and she's been
executive.
hearing that we do not think that Sean Combs
Remember
is
also,
on
everybody,
that property
you're not
at home right
allowed
now.
to
He may be in New York as this
die
raid is being
rich
conducted, but
as
we
a
do
black
know from our
person
report
in this nation, certainly as a black man. And you must be publicly humiliated. And let us remember, well, the other reason why I wanted to even cover this is because I always give you the analogy of the proverbial crack house. Like, you don't get to walk into a crack house and complain that the furniture doesn't match. Or, their bathroom doesn't work. You know, the food is rotten. It's a crack house. So anything goes there. This is a crack house. So I don't know how much of this sex trafficking I believe, but we saw a crescendo. First, it was to emasculate him. You know, ooh, Diddy could be gay. You know, is that really a charge now? In the black community, it's still a charge. It's gonna always be, because that's just anti-African. But they're still using it as a negative when they want to. Nothing makes it to mass consumption and mass saturation without help from this white devil. So that was the sort of the sparking point of the match, you know. And then that's, you know, now it's, ooh, it's sex trafficking. And then there was, after it was he's gay, then it's then there was the Cassie thing. That was legitimate from everything that I could understand. I don't know who Cassie is all like that. She don't owe me money. I do hear she wants me. That's to be expected. Can't help it. But she's was sort of the shoe that made it all drop. But what about the chick that died several years ago? Somebody telling me her name. Was it Paula something? Not a peep from the media on that. That was all big on social media, but nothing that reached mass saturation. You know, then the Cassie thing, that I hear there was another lawsuit either brought or threatened by some dude. And I think there might be another one, but I don't know how much I'm willing to believe of this trafficking thing. You know, some things you just put common sense to. As someone who's been right at the entertainment industry, just like right there, there's certain things I have to infer about the life of somebody like P. Diddy. He's a billionaire. And he must really be a billionaire, or there's no way they would ever say it out loud. I don't care what you proclaim for yourself, white people are never going to give you that credit. So he must really be a billionaire. But the key word that I heard was his net worth is something billion. Net. That means after all your shit, you got billion. So you're a billionaire. And it's not just homes on each coast. I'm sure he has a chateau in south of France, and, you know, a New York apartment, and, you know, something, maybe a chateau in Hawaii, and there may be something in Paris, you know, something like a condo or that's a lot. Then you have a team of people who handle you've got lawyers, you've got accountants, you've got assistants, you have managers You have PR firms that represent you. I'm trying to give you a sense of the monopolization of his time, like to find the time for him to do sex trafficking, and to be this involved in it, to where it's a network and it's a thing. You know, like you got to start applying some common senses to it. So, does he have the time is what we're exploring here. I'm laying out a thesis for you to consider. And then you have that he's this amazing producer. So you got to be with artists. There's a time for producing. I don't use the word create. To produce something, you know, to make something, to make music, to tutor and develop artists. He was just on the cusp, or he just released a new album. Love something with love in it. You've got public appearances you have to do to even just sell your album, or then he had Revolt TV. I hear that he's no longer a part of that now because of all the ongoing scandals. Brands are pulling away from him. People who are famous and have money are very busy, because because you're a billionaire doesn't mean your life, that's it, I reached it, I'm done. It's one set of work to get to $1 billion. It's a whole nother jihad struggle to hold on to $1 billion. You know, he has employees, he has, housekeepers and landscapers and gardeners and people who take care of his property. Security is a big thing. His cars, maintenance, upkeep. Subhanallah. That was Maghrib. That's Maghrib. Okay. You guys finish out this clip. I know it's a little choppy.
Already, just as
Finish
early
out this
as
clip.
March this year,
Let me pray really quick,
lawsuits filed against Sean Combs.
We'll
Clearly,
you won't
this
even
could be
miss
part
me.
of it.
You won't even
we
miss
are
me.
not sure at this point. But again, Stu, if you could hear me, what are you seeing right now in terms of your point of view?
And then I want to come back and see what you guys are saying.
You
And also,
those,
as I said, you guys,
right there,
I'm
one of
expecting
the
other
back
people to
houses.
come in
They
and
did
have their
bring a
say.
ladder in.
Allison Blair.
They actually went out and brought that ladder into that property. You see it right there. And then they brought another ladder. So there's probably something inside this building right here that they are very curious about, or they were, like you said, it was very well planned. They knew they were going to need that ladder to make access. So there's something inside this piece of property in the back, as one of the back houses, that they have been very interested in getting at. We haven't seen them bring anything out. At one point, I can say, and when I keep saying that we didn't see them bring anything out, we did see them bring out what looked like a big plastic bin, but I don't know if that was something that they had brought in with them as far as possible tools that they needed. But that was the only thing that seemed to be out of the ordinary, and that did come out of that back house that we just showed you. This is that front area that you were just talking about moments ago. We watched as those Bearcats made their way up Mapleton to actually do this raid, and then we watched as officers were getting through one of the pedestrian gates over here on this side of the property. Once they had breached that, well, then they opened those gates up right there, and those armored vehicles rolled in. They were very quick in whatever they needed to do to seize that home. That garage door went up very quickly, and it doesn't seem to be actually a garage inside there. We've been trying to peek in with the camera every now and then. It looks like there's a large table inside there, so that might have been an office area or some sort of staging area, and that's where we believe that most of the people that we see in custody came from. At least that's where we watched them exit this building with the officers early on when this raid was just starting. As it stands right now, you've got plenty of these armored law enforcement still walking the property. You see them walking in pairs. A lot less of those weapons out, so they are less on the defensive as it would be. And you can see them just kind of making their way through that property. But I can tell you, every home that's on here, meaning there's 3 major homes. This one right here, there's a couple of officers still inside there. We know at least 1 officer is still inside here. So they're still standing guard. So that whatever it is that they're doing, this isn't over by any means. And I think this is probably just getting underway. They just want to make sure that all these buildings are secure, and if there is anybody on this property, that they are in custody before they actually start whatever it is that they're looking for. But again, as you mentioned, very well planned, very quickly executed, and of course, a number of officers out here. I couldn't even venture to say how many of these armored officers that are on the property. You can see them right there, and this is just a small group. That was also one of the things. As soon as they made their way into that pedestrian gate, the first thing they did was open up all those doors on that Range Rover and then made their way into this portion of the home. And that's that garage that we've been talking about. That garage door went up very quickly, and of all the people that we've seen come out of the building, that's where they all came from. They walked them out, put them in this little corner right here, and that's where they've been questioning them ever since.
Another ladder, as you were mentioning, a couple of ladders on site as part of this raid. I don't know what they're looking for or where they're trying to reach, but yeah, we did see somebody carrying a ladder, the second one on the property right now. It does seem like there are 3 different buildings on this property, the main mansion, and then 2 guest houses, for lack of better knowledge in terms of what they are exactly used for. But yes, 2 smaller type houses on the lot as well. And of course, the pool right there in the middle with the grass lawn. So clearly, yeah, this is going to take time, and that is why probably there are so many personnel on site to go through everything and do the search that they are conducting. We, again, don't know a lot of information in terms of what evidence they're trying to collect, who they're looking for, or why they made the raid to begin with. But again, this could possibly be involving the sex trafficking investigation. And again, when we get more details, of course, we'll bring it to you. But this is going to be a while. You see the Department of Homeland Security officers right there in that Bearcat. You know, this could be phase 2 of what to do now, what they're searching for, and making sure they have all their information they need when they conduct a raid like this and go through the process of going through that property. It is a big mansion indeed, owned by Bad Boy Films and one of Sean Combs's children. So again, this happening just about 20 minutes ago at this point. We do have video from earlier, if we could show you that, and we have been showing some of that to you in a bigger box, as a juxtaposed to the live pictures you're seeing right now. But when they made entry, it was very methodical, and they did have many different law enforcement officials here as a unified operation, and a lot of them making sure that those entry points are secure and they're able to make entry all together with very, very little use of force. So clearly it is a process whenever you conduct a raid like this. So again, we do have Haley Winslow on the ground as well. She is pushed back to a certain perimeter though, so they're very differing vantage points that we can see. But if we do look at the ground shot there, you see law enforcement on the ground there as well. Haley, anything changing where you're at right now?
Just a lot more people showing up on scene. It's been pretty hectic out here. Yeah, this all unfolded about 25 minutes ago, and I apologize that you couldn't hear me clearly earlier. It's very loud, especially we've got, of course, Skyfox showing you all of this from overhead. But basically, it all started about 25 minutes ago. 30 or so law enforcement vehicles that were from the Department of Homeland Security, LASD, of course, LAPD assisting in this as well, and they pulled up to this home that's registered to Bad Boy Films, part of Bad Boy Entertainment, one of P. Diddy's companies, and the home's also registered to one of his daughters. So they basically all got out of the 3 Bearcats. They went in. They were obviously armed. They pulled a few people out, as Stu was telling you up in Skyfox. But we're hearing that P. Diddy may not even be here. We, of course, haven't seen him. We understand he may have flown on a private jet to New York, which I'm sure kind of threw off their plan, although this was very strategically organized. So I would assume by now, whether he is in New York or not, that he is likely in custody if he is involved in this. But again, we are hearing that this is involving involving P. Diddy and sex trafficking charges. To what extent or with what details, we don't yet know. But of course, we will be on top of this all day. It's been it was pretty hectic when we all rolled in. We were kind of right behind the line of law enforcement vehicles as this was all unfolding, and we're since obviously behind this crime scene tape here in Holmby Hills. This is off Mapleton Drive here in the 200 block, where they are in front of this home that involves P. Diddy, and we'll of course bring you the very latest as soon as we get it. It's a very active scene. You can see the officers actually right now. This is law enforcement officers from the Department of Homeland Security coming out right now. They're actually walking down the street in uniform. If you see them right now, Sandra, marching down the road.
Yes, from your vantage point, do you see them holding anything? Are they taking out any information? I can't really tell from where I am.
Just a drone.
Tony, can you see?
Just brought out their law enforcement drone. They look like they're putting that away now.
Yeah. Okay. They have
Tony Butita, our photographer, he zoomed in a little bit better, so he's got a little bit better view. But yeah, looks like it's their drone.
Okay, and we are hearing.
Let me also remind you guys, everybody, this is Michael Jackson all over again. I remind you that when they raided Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch, he also was not home. They know if you're home or not. They raided Michael Jackson, and there was 80 police that went to his house. 80. They made the staff and everybody leave. And they went through Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch. He was never the same after that. He loved Neverland. He used to always say, I will always have Neverland. Neverland is my home. I'll always have it. And then after that, he was like, I'll never go back there again. It's not home anymore. It's not home. He talked about how they went through all his private things, you know. But what we're seeing here, remember, this is an allegation. An allegation. An investigation is the words they're giving us. So why are you putting my house on TV for the entire world to see? And where I live? This is public embarrassment. If you don't have evidence yet, I've not been charged with anything, my house shouldn't be on TV. My house should not be on TV. And this is just the LA. I've got another video of the Florida. I think it's Florida. Miami. It's shorter than this one. So you've already got my house up on TV. And they said 30-something vehicles went here for this. And they're here they come out with all their tactical gear like they're going to Afghanistan. This is supposed to be sex trafficking, not bombings, anything to do with explosives, nothing about weapons charges. This is sex trafficking, allegedly. So why is my house on TV? Why do I need all these people? And in the thumbnail that I used for this, I don't know how much you could see, but I have another picture I'll show you. They went through his house. They ransacked the house. You come in to search my stuff, you need to put it back where it was. That's got to be a lawsuit in itself. Listen, back in the 1990s, when I left Atlanta and was moving to Maryland, Terrence, I was somewhere in the Carolinas, and I was pulled over by the state troopers. I had my entire life in my car. And they claimed that, I just had my running lights on because it wasn't dark yet. And they pulled me over saying that I had a brake light out. First thing I had them do, I said, can you go and push the brake on my car so I can just see if it's out? Can you just go sit in the car and tell me so I could see? And they did. And they were like, listen, we have a lot of drug trafficking through here, and this and third. Do you mind if we search the car? I said, listen, my whole life is in this car. If you're going to put everything back exactly the way that I have at it, Hoss. Well, needless to say, they didn't search my car. But I offer that to say, this is a mansion. This ain't like a pretend. This is mansion. Like mansion. You saw the guest house is a mansion even. Like just the guest house is a mansion. And the pictures and video that I saw of how they ransacked the house, this is to disrespect him. I'm no fan of Puff Daddy. I've never liked him from the moment I saw him. It's something about his eyebrows that I can't get there. I can't. That's my own personal thing. But that's still a brother, and I still will defend him on the merits of what is right. So they ransacked the mansion. It's a disaster area. I heard one reporter saying, you know, they showed some area of the house and it was all these shoes. And, you know, they were like, he loves shoes or something, just like, you shouldn't be saying anything, white bitch. Shut up. You know. What are you looking for? Because search warrants are specific. And so if you are, let's say let's say the search warrant was for a book, just as an example for you. Let's say the search warrant is for a book. So anything that we see that you've torn up that wouldn't hold a book, that's just specious. You understand? Like, if you've pulled the soles out of my shoes, the insole out of my shoes, that's specious, because there ain't no book in my shoe. You understand what I'm telling you? So there's an evil element to this, and definitely a double racial standard going on here, everybody. Because like I say, this is as if they already had the evidence. We should be seeing this if now he's being arrested and, you know, they have the charges and it's all there. This is an allegation, but please see how public they're making it. You know, some of the footage I've seen, they showed his airplane. I've been looking to see Oprah's airplane. And what I noticed is the one time that I did see it, I couldn't see the tail number. Because why? Oprah is a billionaire and she's a high-profile individual. And you can't have just the regular Joe Blow knowing the tail number on her airplane. That's a security issue. But there his plane was in all glory with all the tail number and all of it. You know? I mean, there's so many things wrong with this. And as I started saying earlier about his time management, you know, then you also have personal relationships. You know, I've seen him with many women over the years. You have to take time to develop those relationships to be with a woman. He's got children. You got to have time to have kids. And I'm sure there's a lot of nannies in place, an army of nannies, but he's still raising kids. And I didn't realize one of his sons looked exactly like him. He doesn't have the eyebrows, thank God. But he could have them, which concerns me. And then I'll have to leave the country. But when do you have time to manage a sex trafficking network? When do you have time for that? Even now, they claim they don't know where he is, at least as of the timing of this report. You don't know where he is? They know where he's at. They know. They know. And I suggest to you that one of the reasons why this is happening is there's something behind the scenes that we don't know about. Either he's trying to make a business venture that these big-nosed, stinking Zionists don't like, that they will see as a threat, or a black man becoming too big. Because if you think about it, it's been kind of low-key about his wealth. At least that's been my experience. You could tell me if that's yours. But, you know, like, we always hear Jay-Z is a billionaire. I've not really seen anything that tells me that. You know, it's not really out there. But it's always being said. You know, I only have probably in the last year that I began to even know that he was even anything other than just some music dude, really. I didn't know he was like, you know, I knew he had the vodka and some other things, but to this degree, you know. And let us remember, there are yachts, plural. There are yachts, you know, somewhere south of France, somewhere, you know, New York Harbor, LA Harbor, something. There's yachts. When do you have time? And why are you searching the house? If we're trafficking, then we'd be looking for tunnels under the house, and we'd be looking for vehicles that have stowaway areas in them, and something that suggests trafficking. That's what they claim, trafficking. On the screen, rated link to sex trafficking investigation. You see? Let's hear the end of this report. It's a couple more minutes left, and we'll come to you guys and see what's going on.
from TMZ at this point that P. Diddy, Sean Combs' home in Miami is being raided as well. Again, TMZ reporting that his home in Miami is reportedly being raided right now as well.
Okay.
So clearly a link in all of this, but as far as more information in terms of what they're looking for, why this raid is being conducted, still more questions than answers at this point. We're looking for answers and more clarity. So we're hoping to get more of that.
Like I say, they're acting as if they have the evidence. What do you say, Terrence? Let's hear from you.
It's like, one, I agree with you how they know where he is because they can track people's
Yeah.
phones. Every phone is trackable
Yeah.
now.
And not only
So
that, if
like
you're a
they're all
billionaire, you leave a
surprised.
very big right. And as a billionaire, you leave a very big footprint in the world. You know what I mean? Like you're Pete. First of all, you gotta have a security detail
Yeah.
wherever you go because you're P Diddy. It's not like Michael Jackson, but you're still P Diddy. I have a bigger security detail, I'm sure, because I'm the Jedi. But that I don't want to get into that. That's something else. But he has a big footprint. He's not an anonymous human being. He has a private jet. He has high-profile vehicles. You know, like you say, he's not. They know where he's at, dude. They know. They know right now where he's at, and are watching him. You saw in the footage, I think it was in this clip, they had a drone. Know this, everybody, somebody who flies drones. Like my drones have 4x digital zoom. So I can zoom into your house if I want to. Do you understand? From several hundred feet up in the air. And I can be 6 miles away from my own ass. So even these helicopter shots they're giving us are disingenuous because they have way better cameras. They could be like, this is how they work together. The press and the police, they're one. You understand? It's all one. It's all one. And they get exclusive shots and somebody tips them off. Like I say, they were there before the police even got there to set up and be ready. The breaking news and all of it. Like, it's, if by some stretch he's guilty, this is a bad thing and all of that. But who knows what Harvey Weinstein's house looks like? Tell me now. Tell me.
Yeah.
Tell me. You see? We don't have it. We don't have it. And we didn't see the Epstein house and his island, all that, to my knowledge, until after he was dead. So, again, it's selective. Let me see what you guys are saying. Where am I at? I'll just start here with you, Allison. It's probably not where I should be. You say, I think this is older, not about what this right now. I'll read it anyway. You say they label them as Negro because legally Negro means Aboriginal American. They are populating the Native Americans, but they are a fake. They are a farce. We are the indigenous people. Look at my glasses, y'all. In fact, I should be popping them out so that I can see on here. I forget that I can do that. I'll start from the bottom. Started from the bottom down here. Oh, there's a very good diss that I saw. Some rapper is dissing Dre. I don't know the rapper. Y'all know I can't stand, not Dre, Drake. I couldn't, all I know is I got my life because I cannot stand Drake. And he put a line in there. What have I told you about Cory Booker? who's the, is it Cory Booker? He's the senator from Newark, from Newark, from Newark, from Newark. And I told you I'm gonna need to see a pubic hair. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. Because you got blue eyes and you bald head. You're trying to hide. So, and there's somebody else that I used the example for, but I mentioned it because in this diss rap against Drake, the dude says, you don't ever let your hair grow out because it's not kinky or something like that. It won't kink up. I'm like, I sweat you. We friends. I'll just start here with Jack Uptone. Jack, you say this like the first time they ever started tracking an accused man, warning people that he might flee the country. Which they won't let that. Remember, he has private jets. They're not gonna let that happen. So they goes to me and Terrence's point. They know where he's at right now. They're watching him right now. They may even have somebody inside that's infiltrated his crew. You know, some Zionist lawyer or an agent, a manager, an assistant, somebody. You feel me? You go on, Jack. You say acting like Diddy, Osama bin Laden or something. That's so true. Nixie, you say, I'm very reluctant to trust any of them. And y'all know if I can't spit at it, I don't trust it. All right, let me go a little further up because I don't know where we...
So I know they arrested some guy.
Who?
They arrested maybe his manager or some white guy.
They did? That's associated with Diddy?
Yeah.
Do we know what he was arrested for?
Probably drugs, I think they were saying. But
again, in the crack house, you're going to arrest somebody for drugs in a crack house. I can't. It's just, I mean, this is their society. Nixie, you say, I just know what the Zionists are doing to the Palestinians is atrocious. Hence why my channel is dedicated to that. I'm glad you letting me know you have a channel, Nixie, so I can see it and see your work and shout you out and support it. Put the link for your channel in the chat, Nixie. You say, thanks. Will you drop your link, please? Oh, that's for Allison. And then she does it, and then you thank her, and then Allison. Nixie, is this your channel? That's to Allison, Nixie. Jack Uptone. They make a huge scene when it's a brother. Huh? Yeah, they do. Like I say, this is about publicly embarrassing him. So even if they find nothing, the damage is already done. Like I say, he's already lost some of his brand connections. He's no longer over Revolt TV, which that should have been major news. I didn't know that. I found that out by accident, like maybe a year ago or something like that. I'm like, he's the one with Revolt TV? The Ciroc vodka, I think he still has it. Don't quote me on that. Nixie, you say, Jedi, I'm still here but listening as it's past 3 a.m. in the UK. Oh, Nixie, I didn't know you were in the UK. Oh, wow. I'm honored to have you. Jack, he wasn't supposed to have all that far as they concern. Exactly. And he kind of went, you know, he ascended very quietly because, you know, he had the relationship with Clive Davis, and, you know, then he was involved with, I think, was he involved with Motown? I don't remember. I mean, you know, he knows some people. He's played the backfield, you know. You know, very savvy. Nixie, Diddy is a devil. Jack, the gay thing is to turn people away from him. Yeah, especially the black community. Because, again, they use it however they want to use it. They know that's some bullshit to black people across the earth, no matter what. Even if we got gay people in our family or whatever, we just as a group, it's not cool. You see, that's why I was saying earlier. They use it while everybody's supposed to, they're shoving it down everybody's throat now. Everybody's supposed to accept it. At the same time, they still use it as a negative when it's good for them. And to your point, that's to now turn us away because he's ours. He's ours. He's ours. Hopefully in my random section that I told you about earlier, I want to show you guys this white bitch that I appreciate what she has to say, because she's juxtaposing how white women respond to Taylor Swift and Beyonce. And it's so perfect because I've thought that already. Like, they trying to make her the that's as far as I got. They trying to make her the same status as Beyonce, you know, like as if she's, you know, it's a whole thing. But we'll come to that. Nixie, you say he sold out. I've been hearing bad things about him for a long time. This is why black people should stop selling out to these devils. And, you know, like I said, I was never a fan of his, but I think he also tore his draws with any hope of having any draws with me, so to speak. I still believe Tupac after the first time he was shot. The 5 shots took it and smile. I believe Tupac. And as I've said to you guys in the past, the profound thing, when I read the Vibe interview where it's Tupac, it's a facial shot of him on the cover and he's got the reading glasses on. When he said in that interview, when he was talking about accusing Diddy and Biggie, he saw them and he said they wouldn't look at me. They wouldn't look at me. That's profound, dude. Because listen, anybody that, when you get shot or even proverbially shot, like somebody's disrespecting you or something bad has happened to you, the person it's happening to remembers it in slow motion. Like if somebody just cuss you out or do you wrong, you know, it could be your wife or your husband, even your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You remember it if you were the victim of something. It could be words, it could be a physical act, it could be anything. It happens in slow motion to you. The person that does it may not even remember it. When he said that, that was it. And I just, and the way him and Biggie sat up there when they was interviewed about it, they looked guilty as hell, dude. I mean, it was like Beavis and Butthead. Puffy was looking at Biggie when they asked certain questions. He looked at Biggie like, I don't have the answer. You must have it. I always thought he was guilty. I just held on to that until I get something else. Nixie, you say he's a useful idiot, just like Kanye. I'm going to make a distinction, Nixie. I think that both of them are probably as savvy as it comes as far as the music industry. Puffy has been an executive and a music person for a very long time. Going back to when he was just like an intern somewhere, like some little skinny dude, just Sean, you know. And then it occurs to me right now that he also had Sean John. So I don't know if that brand is still, you know, producing revenue and things like that. That's a side thought. But anyway, I think that should be explored. You know, I think he can be used, has been used. You don't get to be a billionaire as a black man in this country, and you're him. He's a black dude, like a real black dude, you know. So it's interesting. It's interesting what you bring. Allison is testifying to you, though. You say Kanye was helping the Zionists by making people hate Jews because Israel needs the Jews to come back to Israel. No, Nixie. First of all, Jews and Zionists are not the same thing. That's first. I don't know how familiar you are with my work, but I've been very clear and tenacious and done many pieces to help my people understand that Zionism is not Judaism. Orthodox Jews don't want nothing to do with the Zionists. You can't even be a Zionist and a Jew. It's not, you can't. So when you say Kanye is helping the Zionists, he helps them financially. Like, they've used him as a cash cow. Now they closed the door on him and they're taking his designs and all of it. And he thought he was in, you know. But you say he's helping the Zionists by making people hate Jews. That doesn't help the Zionists. Because the Zionists run Israel. And you go on to say he's making people hate Jews because Israel needs Jews to come back to Israel. No. Zionists are who is Israel, because the whole state of Israel is against Judaic law. Period. Orthodox Jews, real Jews, so-called Jews, will tell you that. Like, it's against, like, if there, I've given the example in the past. Under Judaic law, if there is a whole continent, nobody's interested in it. Nobody wants it. Nobody checking for it. Nothing. They go, you could have that. They're not allowed to have it. They're not allowed. And Orthodox Jews are against the state of Israel. Their flag, Zionism, all their secular bullshit, all of it. They don't want nothing to do with Israel at all. At all. That's fact. It is true that they want people to populate Israel, though. But when you turn 18 in this country or any place else across the world, if you're one of these thinking Zionists, then you get an all expense paid to just go to Israel. They pay for it. You say, so they want to create hate so Jews feel unsafe and move to Israel. No, they're doing a good job of that on their own. You understand? Because people who don't know the difference between Judaism and Zionism, they think that these are the Jews that are killing all these people in Gaza. So it's making it bad for Jews and Zionists, for people who don't know the difference. You know, that's why the Zionists came with this new thing in the last few months, trying to say that if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. They need to set the fuck down. They're nothing but the devil. Jack, you say exactly. Nobody got time to be as guilty as they're making him out to be. Yeah, you respond to my timeline. That's true, man. I mean, is it impossible? No, but they're going to have to show me something. Like, when do you have time? And for it to be trafficking, you know? Like I say, they were going to the house. Why aren't you searching manhole covers and, you know, looking for secret compartments in vehicles and, you know, if it's really about trafficking, you know? Nixie, you say Kanye is back to wearing Balenciaga. He's a useful Zionist idiot. Well, remember, they had him on medication. Like psychotropic bullshit to control him. He's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I think he's a lot sharper than we're getting but he realized that. Remember, even the dude that was his trainer or something, like some Zionist fuck, was like, threatened him, like, I'll put you back on medication and you know, declare you crazy. And I'm loosely quoting it, but that was the intent. You feel what I'm telling you? So he's up on game. Like, nah, I'm not gonna be on a medication, you know? So I don't know. And then plus he was married to them damn Kardashians. They will run you crazy. We don't know what he's experiencing behind the scenes, you know? And I tell you, the higher you go up in the society, the more you see the true face of the devil of these people. Just working with the white bitch at, you know, the local something, she's a hateful bitch, but you're not going to really see the full evil of them. The higher up you go, the more you see it more clearly. San, you say, Jedi, the woman that died is Kim Porter. Thank you, San. Type mother of his twin girls. Is that who? Yeah. That's the one that, it was a big thing that she was killed. she died. But Jack, I read that one. Okay, Allison. I know it's we got started a little late. I had to today because of Ramadan, but yeah, no hard feelings though. It's all love. Let me see, what did I miss? And I want to juxtapose that to the raid in Miami. What was I doing? I don't know. I literally just brain farted. Is this the one? No, I think that's still one in LA. I got a short one from the Miami, because he has some sort of, either he's on an island or he owns an island, something island. I think that's still the LA one, but that one I wanted you to see because of Joey Jackson, and he has a legal let's go to that first then, because this will give you a legal context, like what lawyers are saying. So it paints a legal picture. You know, the media can be like, make it look like it's all bad and ooh, we don't know, and it's only moments before he's going to be in handcuffs or something. But it's always good to hear a legal breakdown. This isn't very long. This is from CNN, and you should recognize this attorney. It's Joey Jackson. Let's see. What I say it was? Federal agents. Okay. Hear this now.
Breaking news, the Department of Homeland Security has just confirmed to CNN that federal law enforcement agents have raided properties owned by musician and producer Sean Diddy Combs. Let's bring in CNN security correspondent Josh Campbell and CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson. Josh, let me start with you. What do these raids by federal agents in multiple locations tell you about the seriousness of this investigation?
Perfect. What do they tell you about the seriousness of this investigation? Go.
Yeah, Wolf, a very significant development here, seeing this law enforcement action taking place. I'll point out, just to be clear at the outset, we know that Sean Diddy Combs himself is the subject or target of a federal investigation. So it's just worth pointing that out at this hour. But what we do know is that two properties associated with him, we saw the feds descend on those properties. We saw in aerial footage, federal agents both here in the Los Angeles area as well as in Miami at those residences. Now, the Department of Homeland Security, their what's called HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, gave CNN a statement. I'll read you part of that when asked about what this activity is. They say that earlier today, HSI New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. That is it, confirming that they are conducting what they're deeming law enforcement action, which could indicate search warrants being conducted there, could indicate arrests being conducted. We just don't know at this hour specifically what that law enforcement action is. It is worth pointing out, though, that Combs himself obviously has faced significant legal woes in recent months. I'll give you just the highlights of what actually occurred. In November, he was sued for rape and abuse by a former partner. That lawsuit was then settled very quickly. But in December, he faced sexual assault allegations in a complaint filed in the Southern District of New York. The suit was brought by a woman referred to as Jane Doe, who said that she was 17 at the time when these allegations took place back in 2003. He was accused of sex trafficking and gang rape, among other allegations, also in that suit naming two of his associates. Of course, Combs denied any wrongdoing there. And then just last month,
Let me interject this real quick, because they mentioned 1993, something about gang rape. Remember, there was a time back in like the 80s and 90s where running trains was a thing. We're not talking about the morality of it being right or wrong. I'm just saying that was a thing. That they will now call, it was gang rape. And essentially it is, but I'm just saying. That's one. Two, when Cassie brought her lawsuit for $30 million, it was settled the next day. Now, two reasons why that could happen. Because just like one of the things that must be defended is people still think that Michael Jackson paid out the first kid the $20 million or something like that. Was not Michael. Remember, Michael Jackson was on tour. The biggest tour in the history of anybody that ever said the word tour. We also know that Michael Jackson was the biggest star in the universe. The insurance company paid the money. And I suggest to you that his lawyers, Zionists, split that money. Probably the kid didn't even get anything. They probably just sucked it all up in legal fees and gave him maybe $1 million or something. And, go ahead, kid. Because Michael was worth more than having to go through anything legal. $20 million was not anything to Michael Jackson. He was going to make that like that. That was nothing. It was inconsequential. $20 million is a lot of money to me and you and most people on this planet. But when you're at that level of money, $20 million is relative. So it wasn't Michael Jackson that paid the money. It was the insurance company, because they didn't want to see Michael not be on tour. Pepsi was sponsoring the tour. That's millions. Plus, it was sold out all across the earth. So this is millions and millions of dollar tour. This 20 million is nothing. I offer that because you could have, for all the things that Puff Daddy is, he's not a lawyer. And very well, some Zionists probably said, just pay it out. Plus, it went from $30 million to it's paid the next day, and it's an undisclosed amount. You see? So, we don't know what she got. Did she get 30 million? Was it less than 30 million? We don't know. Because now it's secret. You see? But did he just decide to pay $30 million? I don't know. And I could definitely see some Zionist lawyer whispering and making him think that she really had something that he could possibly lose. Because we see all the time in just regular cases. There's been many documentaries done on it that usually lawyers always get black defendants to just plead out. They scare you about going to trial, thinking if you go to trial, the worst thing ever is going to happen. So you should just take a plea deal. And 90% of niggas take a plea deal. Extrapolate that up to the billion level now. You know, Mr. Combs, we just think you should go ahead and settle this because she's got a good case, and we just don't want to see, because they get their check right now too. She didn't just get her money the next day. The lawyers got their check the next day too. So we have to think about these things in context. Let's just last of this.
Former employee of Combs filed a suit also in the state of New York, accusing him of sexual assault, of sexual harassment, and, quote, grooming. That former employee stated that he had worked for Combs between 2022 and 2023. Among those allegations, this former employee, a male employee, said that Combs did not compensate him for his music production work and forced him to procure and interact with sex workers, threatened him with serving alcoholic beverages laced with drugs to guests at parties at Combs' home, and then Combs' son, Sean Justin Combs.
And some of this may not be true, because once you pay out, whether it was the Zionists that told you to do it or you decided to do it or whatever, the whole world knows Cassie brought a lawsuit and got paid the next day. It's going to be a whole lot of niggas lining up now claiming, well, he had farted in my face, so I need at least 10 million for that. I feel like I'm just broken up over it. You see? So, and then you're going to have dirtbag lawyers who are going to be very eager to go along, because I always tell you, when a lawyer smells money, they take a case. That's it. That's it. That's it.
His son, Justin Combs, was also accused of soliciting prostitutes and underage girls at his father's homes. Again,
he solicited a prostitute. So what? So what? What's the difference in a prostitute and them heifers that dance in at a strip club? To me, that's not really a crime. If you trying to get your whistle wet and it's a sister that's willing to take some money for it, I don't really see the victim here. Just not really seeing it. The underage thing doesn't really have a whole bunch of weight with me, because as I explained to you guys in my defense of R. Kelly, you have to imply cultural things into this, cultural understandings. You know, we know in a lot of our communities, you know, girls, when they just get hot and fast, they hot and fast. You know, I mean, it's more, we have so many of our youngsters out there having, and boys having sex underage. This is not, I mean, you know, and then we can get into who decided on the age stuff, because there used to be a time when, you know, you could marry girls that were, and that's, it's a way, it's a thing. It's not even, it was part of the culture. Like, it wasn't, so, you know, they offer this all up. It's like, ooh, it was all bad. But for all it is, show me now where he has murdered off 35 million people in Gaza. Show me that, because this is, I'm sure this is way worse than that. Show me now where he produced a pandemic that has murdered off people across the earth. I'd like to see it. Wait. Show me now where he dropped the 2 atomic bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I'd just like to see that, because, I mean, this is right up there. This is right up there. You see what I'm saying? When you look at things in context, you know, they're very good at putting the blinders and the shades down and have you focus on this and go, look how bad this is. But when you think about it, you go, they ain't really all that bad. I'm not really feeling it. So I'm just not, you feel me? Like, nah, you know? Were you saying something, Terrence?
That's just a lot. Like, wow, man.
Say what?
It's hard because the media is fake. The media is kind of so fake, anyways.
And bullshit.
Yeah.
And collusive.
It's gonna probably be years until the whole story comes out.
Yeah. And then when it does, it's printed this big in the back of any publication it's in, and it's definitely not talked about on major media. You know, remember when Michael Jackson was being accused, it was everywhere. It was stamped on a blimp. It was just, but the moment he was found not guilty, they act like that didn't even happen.
Any wrongdoing, but just a series of allegations that we've seen taking place. Final point, Wolf, I'll note is that while we don't know the specific allegations or why the feds are at these residences, it is worth pointing out the agency that is conducting this law enforcement activity. It's not the FBI, it's not the DEA or the ATF. This is HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. For those unfamiliar, this is an agency that has long been the forefront specifically at human trafficking investigations. So although we don't have the specifics yet, we're starting to we can glean just based on which agency.
So just so I'm clear, they care so much about human trafficking while they give billions and military armament to the shit stain in the desert, the illegal land heist called Israel, to kill more people in Gaza. I just wanted to make sure I had the perimeters. Go on.
Has the lead the direction this might go. But again, we don't yet know that Combs himself was the target of the investigation, Wolf. We do know that at this hour that federal agents were at two of his homes, both here in Los Angeles and in Florida, Wolf.
Yeah, important points. Joey Jackson, now let me repeat, we don't know if Sean Diddy Combs himself is under investigation.
Now, this is who I wanted you to hear from, Joey Jackson. He gets on my nerves, but he's a good lawyer, and you hear him.
Investigation, but clearly, Joey, it's not good if your homes are actually being raided.
No, it's not, Wolf. And I think, whatever conclusions can be drawn remain to be seen, right? There's not an indictment that we're talking about. That means that we're not speaking of a grand jury having rendered a conclusion, not as to guilt. That's not what grand jurors do, but as to reason to believe that a crime was committed and he committed them. Having said that, whenever you have a raid and an investigation, these things need to be really predicated upon, right? The precursor for this to happen would be some probable cause. What is that probable cause? We don't know. But let's go back to what Josh Campbell talked about, which are those various lawsuits. Now, lawsuits are civil actions in nature. They're not criminal at all. But what they do is they give authorities some guidelines and guideposts with respect to alleged conduct that was engaged in, with regard to who it was engaged in, what activities there were, what it involved. And so that, if there's an investigation, could serve as a source of plentiful information. That information could be further investigated, right, by certainly this Homeland Security Agency. And as a result of that, they can work with their local law enforcement partners. What does that mean? It means that they, collectively, law enforcement, try to determine whether there's reason to believe that crimes were committed and, were those crimes carried out and associated in any way we don't know, with Sean Combs. And so that remains to be seen. But before authorities, Wolf, can get into the home or property of anyone, you have to establish some firm basis to do that. And that is what at least we can conclude, that they had reason to believe that there were crimes involving sex trafficking, apparently, and that these areas potentially can give more information with respect to the specifics. And I think they would be looking for computer devices and other devices which would seem to indicate or give information as to whether there was any criminality very early in the process. But certainly we know that these have been carried out, and we'll see what, if any, information is gleaned to be suggestive of any criminality.
Now, that's important what Joey Jackson just said there, because essentially then the context of this raid is that something could be taking place right now. We have to go there because they're trafficking right now. You see? That's very important. Let's hear there's just a couple more minutes of this.
Very interesting. Josh, let me get back to you. You know the FBI very well.
But still, we got aerial shots circling the damn mansion. You see, why is my house on TV? Again, I can't.
Circumstances would raids like these be conducted?
Well, this would require, if it is indeed a search that's being conducted It will require federal officers, in this case with Homeland Security investigations, going to a judge and seeking a warrant, indicating that we believe that evidence of a crime could be located in these residences. And
See, they go to a judge. That's how they represent to get the search warrant. That we believe that a crime could be taking place right now, basically in the damn residence. Hear that again. We'll go on.
That evidence of a crime could be located in these residences. And then this third party, an independent judge, has to approve that warrant. And then you see take place what's happening now on our screen. I particularly want to focus on, you see that large RV-looking vehicle there. This is the mobile command post that federal agencies will send whenever they're going to be somewhere, likely for a long time. I mean, if you look at these residences, we're talking about very large estates. And so, as Joey was mentioning, something as simple as a thumb drive or anywhere where electronic media could be stored. If it's on that warrant, authorities can search that residence top to bottom looking for any type of device.
Okay, let's go with his theory. It could be a thumb drive. Then why didn't you include in the warrant to be able to search Puff Daddy himself? Because a thumb drive, you could have that in your damn shoe. You could stick it in your drawers. You feel what I'm telling you? Why is the search warrant not on him? And his airplane and his yacht. You see, it goes to my charge that this is meant for public embarrassment. We want to come to your house and tear up all your shit, nigger. You see, it's disingenuous. Because it seems you want to, if that's in fact what they're looking for, but they've already said they don't really know what the scope of this raid is for completely.
Any type of storage mechanism that fits within the four corners of that search warrant. Now, again, I'll caution, we don't know specifically why they were there. It does tell us, I think, that just because you see that large posture of all of these federal vehicles that are there, including this mobile command post, this was likely not something as simple as an arrest, where you show up and you find a person that you're seeking, but likely more along the lines of a search warrant, which falls in line with what HSI told us in that statement when they say law enforcement actions. That's something that we often hear from federal agents as a euphemism for conducting some type of search. But again, both of these residences, both where I am here in LA, it's just a few miles here from the CNN LA Bureau where this search is taking place. Also in Miami, you see this large cadre of federal agencies descending on those homes. Again, the big question now, what are they looking for? We're waiting for specifics on that as this search continues.
And Joey, video also shows heavily armed agents entering Diddy's home. Right. How unusual is that?
So it's not unusual. I mean, I think that what law enforcement does is certainly they want to be protective of themselves, potentially to deter any type of activity that could occur of a criminal variety. Not that there would be.
This is why I can't stand Joey Jackson. Right there. Because I'm sure he's giving the true legal review of it, but the fact of the matter is, in this context, this is not why they showed up with all this bullshit on. I've already stated why they did that. This is for maximum drama and because it's a black man. Like, you showing up fully armed with AR-15s and like you going to Afghanistan like right now. And I'm not buying it because of why you say you're there. If you're there to look for evidence of sex trafficking, again, not bombs and guns or anything that equals, you need to go there with all this bullshit on and guns and shit, and in tanks practically. It's a double standard, dude.
Be any, but you never know. And so as a result of that, once they're armed, not only armed literally, but armed with respect to a warrant, that would suggest that they have reason to be there, that there's criminality that would be afoot, potentially, they go, law enforcement does, and they make sure that the area is secure such that they can get any information from that warrant so that they can continue to investigate. Very important to note, Wolf, that these are investigative stages. Warrants are typical in any type of investigation, right? This is the United States of America. Everyone has rights. But you don't get into someone's home without establishing that there may be some what we call indicia of criminality. Law enforcement will evaluate whatever they find in connection with this search. And if that search bears fruit with respect to any potential criminality on any computer devices, any cell phone devices, any, thumb drives or anything else, then they will connect the dots. And if it's appropriate, they'll move to the next level. And that could lead to something more serious. Again, all speculation at this point, but we know now that they certainly had enough information to be in California and Miami. What stems from that remains to be seen.
All right, Joey Jackson, Josh Campbell, to both of you, thank you very, very much.
I can't, y'all. And it's also very dangerous because it's a big ass mansion. You got all these fucking police going to your house. You're not gonna tell me somebody I'm gonna steal something. They could also plant something, and be like, oh, we found this. What protection does he have? I mean, what am I hearing? Oh, something's still on the video. I don't know, y'all. So this isn't about defending Diddy. For me, it's about the right and wrong of it all. And as I say, now, okay, this is the quick clip of the Miami piece. It's a couple minutes. Let's see this. What is this? Star Island, that's the name of it. His Star Island home. Don't think I'm going to be on there anytime soon.
Star Island. Several law enforcement agencies are raiding the home. And off the top at 5:30, we continue to follow breaking news out of Star Island. Several law enforcement agencies are raiding the home of hip-hop mogul P. Diddy.
And tonight, we are learning it may be tied to alarming allegations. Let's get right out to CBS News Miami's Larry Seward. He joins us live from the scene with what we know so far. So, Larry, what can you tell us at this point?
Authorities not confirming very much beyond the fact that this is part of an ongoing investigation started by Homeland Security investigations in the state of New York. Behind me, that is the entrance to Star Island. You can see the Miami Beach police car there at the entrance. If you look to your right, you can see this is where the Homeland Security investigations are set up with their command post. We've seen not only HSI police, we've also seen an FBI agent and numerous other officers going in and out of the house that is behind it. You can see the beige complex there. That home, we understand, according to property records.
So do they have an aerial shot of the Star Island home?
Owned by Sean Combs, or Diddy, as he is known. That property, again, being searched at this work. We also know, obviously, Sean Diddy Combs has properties in Los Angeles and New York. We understand from our colleagues in Los Angeles that earlier today, the helicopter hovered above one of Diddy's homes there, that a similar law enforcement they showed up there as well to search the property. It's not clear exactly what they're searching for or the details of the investigation. We've asked Homeland Security about that. They're only saying that this is part of an ongoing investigation led by New York, but obviously the properties in Los Angeles and the property here in Miami being searched as we speak. We're going to stay on top of this story and bring you more details as we get it. We're back here live. We're looking at, again, HSI police setting up their investigation at this house. You can look and see in the driveway, the gate, it looks like that gate has been disabled because it's sort of just leaning up against the pillar on the side as they're backing a van up into the property. Again, we're going to try to get as much information as we can. We talked to neighbors. They told us that these police officers showed up about 2 or 3 hours ago. So again, we'll dig for information and have more for you as it comes out. For now, we're live on Star Island. Larry Seward, CBS News, Miami.
Okay.
Here's one.
What say you, Terrence?
I don't know. It's just so weird. I don't think he did anything crazy. Just a normal rapper's house. Of course, you're gonna have strippers and crazy. Just a normal rapper's house. Of course, you're gonna have strippers and crazy parties.
And they're young. You know, his kids are young. You know, I mean, why are you gonna have $1 billion if you're not gonna He's not a holy person. So if you're a
Yeah.
millionaire and you're that dude, this is the stuff you do. You know, I mean, that's what they do. It's kind of like par for the course, if you will. You know, like you don't get into a Maserati and drive the speed limit.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? You know, or a Ferrari or something. You know, come on. I do that in my '97 Honda. Um, let's see. How did I get all the way back up here? Where am I at?
But yeah, I live on the beach. I love it out here.
Oh, for reals, for reals?
Yeah. Smell the ocean, see the sunrise.
You know what? You said Ocean City, right?
Yeah.
I think I've got somebody that lives in Ocean City, man. I just can't place it. Ocean City. Why is it so? It'll come to me. I'm very familiar with it, very much. Um, I'm trying to think. Was that where I went last time I was in Maryland? Me and my buddy Bruce. I think we went to Ocean City. I think we went to Ocean City. And we were on the beach and all of that.
We got our own
Yeah, I love
boardwalk. It's
Maryland.
huge.
I love Maryland, dude. I love it. I love it. I really love Maryland. When I knew my brother was there, I'm like, why Maryland? Like, what? It just, but until I got there, I'm like, it just grew on me, man. It just grew on me. I really like Maryland. I love it. I prescribe it for everyone. Um, Supreme Goddess Nani, good evening, Queen. Muchos besos a usted. Yo soy feliz. Ustedes están aquí con nosotros. Ah, bienvenido. So good to see you. Man, did you get my text? You say, yay, I made it. Peace, everyone. Jack, you say the white dude supposed to be Diddy's drug mule. Ah, okay. That's who
Yeah.
you were talking about, Terrence. Nixie, I don't think I can drop my channel, but thank you for suggesting to do so. I still want to know your channel though, Nixie. Type the name of it or something. Cause listen, I love when I have people that also do stuff. You know, like I want to see your work and you know and all of that. Like I like when I have people that follow me that also that have a channel and do stuff. So yeah, tell me the name of it, Nixie. Type the name of your channel. Thank you, San. Nixie, you say I keep missing your live streams because of the difference in time, but I will usually just catch up. But I'm so happy I finally caught a live, Jedi. And I deliberately try and do my streams at a time that will be of maximum convenience across time zones. But you know, what are you gonna do? And I've got people in the UK who I'm deeply honored. You say, we know how the Zionists truly feel about black people, so they are teaching Diddy to know his place. Appreciate that one. You go on, but he is an evil man. That's what I believe. This is also a distraction as to what they are doing to Palestine and in Palestine. Wow, those money-hungry devils. Jack, you say people want to be entertained at the expense of a person's life. I love that statement, Jack. I have to read that again. People want to be entertained at the expense of a person's life. They want to get entertained, and they want to get entertained real fast. New Jack City. Appreciate that. Wow, subhanallah. They rolling in. Jack, you go on to say they know damn well that's too much. Allison, they are doing too much with this Diddy thing. I'm already over it. You say, Jack, that's true. People are being training to seek entertainment only without thinking about what is actually going on or being told. Well, it's like I tell you guys all the time. People are used to the outcome of anything. They never consider the pathology or the process to arrive at that place of anything, especially work. You know, we live in a society of instant gratification. You know, I love that Jay Leno used to have in his monologue every night. He used to have, he just start doing this thing about how fat are we getting anytime, because it'd be like a new invention or something that makes something more convenient, you know. And he would, so let's say, you know, like they got this contraption where you put your foot in and somehow put your sock on, and he'll be like, he'll read it and he'll be like, how fat, how fat, how fat, how fat. Like, how fat are we getting that you can't even do this now? You know, like something to scratch your back with. Oh, I can't. Now they have this back scratcher. How fat? How fat? How fat? So this is that for me. You know, like we live in a right now. I want it now, right now. Like you don't think about anything of what it takes to produce that or become that or to do that or achieve this or that. It's just right now, you know. And I see it so clearly because I'm exactly on the opposite side of that. I've always been somebody that's interested in how did that come to be? How is this? What's the process of this or that? What do you do? You know, I love that. I love that. Here on the channel, you know, I talked about it for years, but recently, not too long back, I did a piece, because I've been telling you guys for years, you know, even though I could not stand Wendy Williams, I hated everything she ever wore, and I can't go on, but I always gave her props, and I was explaining to you guys what it takes to put on a live show every day from New York. And not too long back, I was able to bring you the behind the scenes, because I told you about how I've been to live show tapings of different things, and I know how the camera engineers work and what that means. And so in this particular video, I found actual video of that whole process of her when she's backstage and they're getting her ready and how she's got to be at work early and she gets out the SUV looking like death. And now they've got, you know, you got wardrobe people, and then by the time she gets ready, then they have to go over the show and all this stuff. Then by the time she's getting ready, she's got like 8 people around her and she's still trying to do last minute stuff. Maybe she has to be on the phone with little Kevin or something. Whatever she's doing and preparing for the show. But she's got people doing her hair and they're spritzing her eyebrows. They're doing this and they're making sure her outfit is right. They're doing the roll and doing that. And now she's coming down the hall and the engineers are all getting ready. And people got their headsets ready. Blah, 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 blah. And you're just like live from New York. It's Wendy Williams. No. This is the shit I love to see. That pressure of it all. You know, and I show you I show you the engineer because they have all this. This is a glorious clip. You should see this piece, man. It's not part of our curriculum tonight. I was almost going to pull it up. You can just go to the channel and see it on your. But it's everything. Like what? And I've told you about those the steady cams that they wear on them. These big cams. The guy that be behind that dude every time. That's the dude with the cable. And they could run with these cameras and you would never see it because they have what even my drone has. EIS, electronic image stabilization. No matter what the drone is doing, you would never know it's doing all that. You just see a perfect shot, you know. And all of that. And then at the last minute, when she's standing on the star and they're doing that last countdown, you see the engineer calling the numbers. And I explained to you how they do the blackout because her show is live. It's not taped. And here's when you see them doors open, and there she goes. It's excellent. So I appreciate that comment. Jack, I think it was, that said that. And then the whole thing just jumped now.
But hey, Jedi, man, I'm gonna go to bed.
I appreciate you hanging with me, Terrence, man.
Yeah,
I love you for
I'm
this,
happy I was the
brother.
first
I
guy.
love you for this. I love you for this. And I love that you, not only did I get a chance to see you and hear you, but also you helped me. And I got a chance to also know that you're in Maryland. So this was
Yeah.
just all win-win stuff, just win-win. You look great, brother. Stay safe. What's the weather like out there? Is it cool right now? Like,
Oh yeah, the ocean breeze is, but it's 70 degrees now. It's summertime pretty much.
all right. Get your Timbs and your bubble coat.
Yeah.
I love you,
Yeah,
brother. You
man.
have a good evening. Jack, you say the tactic they use is to criminalize normal activities. They've always done it with us. Anything we do, they find a way to make that criminal. You know. Cheryl, you say, I'm back, Jedi. I had to step away. Thank you, Cheryl. You say the white supremacist media hypes up everything around a successful black person. It is so racist. Because like I say, somebody show me now where I can go and see what Harvey Weinstein's house looks like, and show me where they were raiding and flying over his house. I'd just like to see it. Just like to see it, because I'm curious and I'm nosy, and just, why not? I'm sure we have it. I'm sure we have it. I'm sure we have it. Supreme Goddess Nani, I love you. Yes, I received your text. I replied back. Okay. And again, I didn't even hear it. That's been part of my issue too. We have to talk tomorrow though, Fashionista. If not tonight, but if not, then definitely tomorrow, because we have to talk. Nixie, you say you should be able to find me at, okay, Nixie. I'm gonna look for it now. I'm not taking no chances. And I keep forgetting to pop out you guys' comments. One, two, I think it's 5 zeros. I'm seeing a lot of Nixies. How many zeros you got, Nixie? Because it's another one here with 3 zeros, but the thumbnail is a cat. What's your thumbnail? And this one is spelled Nixxieee. I put in Nixie Nixxy. Nixie with 5 zeros. So tell me what your thumbnail is, Nixie, so I know. You say, I dropped a video regarding how poorly they treat black people in Israel. I am mixed. My mother is black and I hate racist Jedi. What you look like, Nixie? If I just walked up behind you at the post office, I'm not gonna see what I'm gonna see. I'll tell you why I'm asking you that. You going? I think they are behind Wendy's downfall. I don't know how, but I'm very suspicious. Well, I think once she admitted that she had a problem with drugs, I could very easily see somebody exploiting that. You know, she was singularly an empire of her own. Now, I know early on she had a line of clothing. She was always at QVC, and she would have this ugly stuff on the show that she was like, "This is from my line," and I'd be like, "Ugh, it looked like a tablecloth." I hated everything she wore ever. I don't understand women's clothing at all. I just know if it looks nice, oh, that looks nice. That's all I know. If it looks like a hag, I know I hate it. It just does. So I don't know what kind of revenue she was getting from that and what other stuff she had. I think she had a book. You know, she had her own. They had just done her wax figure at Madame Tussauds, looked just the fuck like her. There's some things, but I don't know what her annual contract looked like, but I know that to have a show that carries your name live from New York, the biggest media market in this fucking country, that's money and pressure. And we know that it was a white Zionist whore that just went to her bank and goes, yeah, she's not fit to handle her money. And they went, okay, because white collusion, white allegiance. Do you understand? And these Zionists stick together. So I'm just going to show up at your bank tomorrow and go, Nixie can't handle all money, so you have to give me the account number. I'm handling it just because I'm doing it. And they go, okay. No, I'll be carted out, dragged out by security and police. And probably Homeland Security. You see? Yeah. So I think that they took an issue she already had, and probably somebody was slipping something, and there were some things. But I also think that another thing that is part of her physical downfall, I showed and proved, she was doing that glutathione thing, everybody. Because Wendy got light like Michael Jackson. And by the time we were at full COVID and she would do the show from her house, sitting at that table, putting hot sauce on everything and eating stuff that looked like it stink, she was white as a sheet. And I know that she only wore blonde wigs. You go back to when she was doing her test show. They did a few weeks or something like before it was the actual Wendy Williams show. They were just doing a test run. She's a caramel color woman, you know. And nothing wrong. Like her brother is the color she originally was. So I think the glutathione with the drug use and the other medical stuff she's got going on, I think that also played a role. She got whiter and whiter and whiter. And the bitch, when she was doing the early days of her show, you would see her with a dark wig on, dark hair. Suddenly, you could not catch the bitch outside of a blonde wig. Just was not going to happen. Was not going to happen. So there's some things. You know, but yes, they definitely found a way to get in on her money. You know, this is why it's so important that people understand that the white man is the devil, because that will help you in everything that you do in this country. So before you become the Wendy Williams show, or you even on the radio, you make sure you have nothing but real black representation. Folks that also think they're the devil, can't stand them, don't trust them, don't want to look at them directly, you feel me, and don't want shit to do with them. That's the people you need around you to do anything. Because then you're a whole force of defiance and militancy. They'll find no comfort here. You see? But when you let them come in and they're your friend, and you always get bit in the neck, dude. I visited Maryland. Like, I like it there. Oh yeah, Nixie. What part of Maryland did you visit? You say, Jew me, sue me, kick me, kike me, Michael Jackson. Jew me, sue me, everybody do me, kick me, kike me, don't you black or white me. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. And you know, anybody listening to that knew he was using himself as the victim. It was a metaphor of being the victim of, or taking on the victimhood of all these groups. All of it. You see? But it's the Zionists who, one of the games they play is they scream anti-Semitic for everything. They'll never get away with that shit with me, because first thing I'm going to say is, show me that your white ass is Semitic. Because you got to have to be from Africa to be a Semite. So there's that hiccup. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. 5 zeros. Thumbnail is me lying down. Okay. Maybe I should try that at sign. I am not finding it, Nikki or Nixie, but I will continue to look though. I will. I will find you. Yeah, that's you. This is the thumbnail I should be looking for. You say I look white. TBH. I'm not good with acronyms. I'm old. But my mother is black, but you can see me in my avatar. But my 2 brothers from her first marriage, they are full black, so I know racism. But my 2 brothers from my mother's first marriage, oh, you typed it twice. I tried to tell Wendy's brother Kevin about the Zionists, but he didn't really want to talk about it. He just acknowledged it. You spoke with Wendy's brother? He's just like his father, dude. Like I didn't know her parents all like that, but they were on the show enough, and she showed them enough. As soon as I see him, like, damn, you are your parents, dude. Like, Jedi giving his unadulterated opinion. Thank you, Cheryl. Nixie, please can you drop my channel link, Cheryl? If you find it, Cheryl, somebody drop it in there. Put the link to her channel. If you could find it, you will be able to do it because you are a moderator, Cheryl. Jedi, those white supremacists trying to wipe Wendy's bank account clean at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is a fight word for me. You know, I stopped doing business with them many years ago because 2 words, one word I don't like any white person to ever say to me, especially if I'm in crisis. Unfortunately. And I had my account set up so that I had overdraft protection, basically. So if it was on one account, it should roll from the other one, just, you know. And I remember I'd gotten $10 worth of gas that day. And anyways, they gave me an overdraft. And I'm like, no, but I have the money. So it's not, this is nothing. And they told me, unfortunately. And I saw red, and I didn't hear anything after that. And I immediately went to Bank of America that day. Wallahi, that is the truth. Oh, Cheryl, she's saying that you can go to her channel, get the link, and put it in the chat. Her channel address. Just copy it and paste it. You say, yes, her brother has a channel here on YouTube. I don't think I knew that. I would like to see what he does. And just get a better sense of him, you know? He seems really level-headed and likable and compassionate and smart. I know he loves Wendy. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about him. You know, all I know about him is good things. You say, Jedi, if you give me moderator, I'll be able to drop. Oh, I didn't even think of that. I can't do it on here because I'm not on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. So it's a whole, your chat is in here, but it's not YouTube. Let me see if I go to my channels, if I'm you. Okay, now the chat isn't showing up at all. Let me start over. Let me just go out of this completely. Okay, Nixie. Quickly now, you say, Cheryl, there's a white executor bitch, a thieving white whore, overseeing Wendy's bank accounts. They are not giving Wendy the money she needs to pay off her apartment and other living expenses. Yeah. And that reality thing they tried to do recently was a complete and total, I never saw it, but I saw, you know, reports about it and various clips from it. Total catastrophe. Her brother, Nixie says, is so nice. Their dad features on there quite a bit. Oh, okay, I would love to see that. You know, and then she was very bizarre when she announced that her mother had died. She's just, I mean, I can't, dude. I'm not going to judge her because, like I say, my uncle, one of my uncles, he was an alcoholic all of my life. And I resented him and all of that. And it wasn't until many years after he died. In fact, he died in the 1990s. And it wasn't until like 2016 or something. And my brother's first wife was an alcoholic. One of my other sisters, one of her previous boyfriends was an alcoholic. Those some things. But I began to understand what addiction and dependency is. Like even my sister's boyfriend, Ray, who was an alcoholic, he used to always say, I gotta have my medicine. I gotta have my medicine. I just thought it was just a term. He really meant that. Because when you look at critical pieces that are done on addiction and dependency, it becomes a new normal. It's kind of like, let's say you lose your arm. It's normal for you to have your arm. Let's say you lose your arm. And then you start wearing a prosthesis. You get used to wearing that prosthesis. Your mind, your body, everything gets memory to that. The moment you have that prosthetic, you don't feel right. I need my prosthesis. I need it. I need it. And that's what I realized my uncle went through. He smelled like liquor all the time and his eyes were glassy, but he wasn't drunk. He was normal. That was his new normal. He needed it to be normal. So somebody else just chugging down a bunch of alcohol would be drunk. Him chugging down a bunch of alcohol is just so he could just be normal. He's not even drunk. You know. Yeah, man. So I'm not judging Wendy on that. You know, that's a different world. And I think if you're not in that world, then you don't know it. So it's best to look over the fence with respect and compassion, you know. Okay, we have it, Cheryl. Willa, a big shout out to you, Queen. You see I'm sitting up here very kingly right here. I'm just very kingly up here on my throne. You feel me? Just very kingly and stuff. You feel me? I don't feel like nobody should approach me right now. You feel me? I don't feel like you should come near my castle right now and stuff. You feel me? And I'll go to my YouTube to be able to click on it. Nixie. Then I will have it. Inshallah. In the words of Darth Vader, I have you now, Nixie. I'm looking forward to seeing your work. In the words of Darth Vader, I have you now. Why am I hearing me? Why do I hear me? Oh, because you're on the channel. And I will also save Wendy's brother's channel as well, Nixie. Thank you so much. So I have yours now. And Tommy. Yeah, that's his name. You know, and they're a good-looking family, dude. Wendy was not, she didn't need to do nothing. She was not an ugly woman. You look at old stuff when she was back in radio, she had the heck of the hair going on every now and then, but they're not an ugly woman, not at all. Not an ugly woman. Not an ugly woman. There was something I was seeing on Twitter. It was I think I saved it for my random stuff, y'all. It was an old picture of Lil' Kim. Listen, every dude I know, we was into Lil' Kim. She couldn't do no wrong. Why you gonna mess that up, Kim? There was nothing wrong with Lil' Kim. Wow. I remember now, even on an awards show, when it was Puff Daddy, because you know he always had to dance and do that dumb little wiggle leg thing with the. I'm gonna have an aneurysm, but anyway, there he was. I remember they were in all white, and they did that song. I can't think of the name of it. Just I know it. And then the thing opened up. They was already in white. Him and his dancers, they were in all white. And then all of a sudden the thing opened. Who comes out in like white Swarovski crystals and something very revealing. You want to bumble with the bee, huh? Throw a hex on the whole family, dressed in all black, and just coming out commanding. And she's like this tall. And she is a threat to all of humanity. We love that about her, dude. Lil' Kim is it. That's it. That is the queen bee, period. That's the queen bee. That is. That's it. Nixie, you say, it's okay. We have it sorted now. Oh, that's the Cheryl. Nixie, this is Wendy's. I got the Brothers channel. That's acknowledging you. That's that. That's to you. Okay. Nixie, you say, I'm not sure where in Maryland I visited. It was a family member, but most of the time I stayed on Fulton Street, Brooklyn. Okay. She's going to throw out Brooklyn at us, you feel me? Let me step back. Cheryl, I recorded some of the Lifetime Wendy Williams documentary, Two Jedi. Oh, okay. I'm sure I'll end up seeing a lot of it, if not all of it. Like my grandmama used to say, if you miss anything in life, no matter what it is, if you just live. If you just live. She used to always say that. If you just live. And it serves me. She's so right. Of course. Willa, no time. No time what, Willa? Okay, let's move forward, everybody, because time has gotten away from me. And I'm not going to be able to get to everything that I wanted to get to in the stream, but I'm okay with that because I think, no, I got to pick Amos up at the airport tomorrow. Oh, maybe I could still do a stream before that because I want to be up before I go to the airport. So that'll be good because he's not coming in until... By the way, a couple weeks ago, you guys, I had a nightmare. I told you, you guys know about my Nigerian brother, Amos. Well, he was going back to Nigeria to visit, finally. And I volunteered to take him to the airport because I know what I had to go through to get to the airport when I left here. And don't you know, alhamdulillah, I don't know why I didn't think of Amos. All these damn people I had to deal with to get to the airport. I'll do call Amos. You're taking me to the airport. Okay, brother. When do you need to go? That's it. That's how we get down. So, so whatever day it was that he left, this a couple weeks ago, I show up at his place. We decide we're going to leave his place at 4 o'clock. So I go to his house. I get there a few minutes before. I'm going to leave my car at his house. I'm going to drive one of his cars and take him to the airport. His flight doesn't leave till like 10 something, but we traffic and we don't know. And good thing we did because there was rain, like biblical rain going to LA. And traffic, and it was a bunch of things. Anyway, so we get there, I let him out, and I drive all the way back home. Mind you, this is nearly 2 hours. I'm very tired because I didn't sleep the night before on a Saturday. I didn't sleep all Saturday. Sleep would not come to me. So Sunday, I wake up. I'm still up. After it gets to a certain part of the morning, it's no need for me to go to sleep because now I could oversleep and not be at Amos's house to get ready to take him to the airport. So I'm exhausted when I come home from the airport. Something tells me to call him after I got in. Just say, brother, just because I realize the time, he's not gone yet. Let me just have a few more little goodbyes, whatever. So I call him, and, you know, Amos, I made it back, brother. You know, we had our little pleasantries, and I got off the phone. 2 seconds later, he's calling me back. His passport is expired. His flight goes through the UK, and they're not allowing any expired passports to come through the UK. I had to try my bitch ass back to LAX. Was not happy. I had nothing but smoke coming off of me. So his flight comes in at 12:45 a.m. Yeah, on the 11th. So I'll leave tomorrow night to pick him up at 12:45 a.m. for the next day. So yeah, I'll do another stream tomorrow. I forget I can just show these. I felt like crying when I watched that documentary. And she should never cry. She doesn't look right crying. You feel bad that she's crying, but it's hideous to see her. I can't. Nixie said, I know those Zionists are behind it. The title of that song with Little Kim, I don't know it. I can't think of it. Because it's not a Little Kim song. It's actually a Bad Boys Puff Daddy song. Benjamins. All About the Benjamins. All About the Benjamins. What? Dun 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 dun. That's basically the beat. And yeah, All About the Benjamins, baby. It won't come to me. The rap won't even come to me. I just know when she hit. You want to bumble with the B, huh? I throw a hex on the whole family, dressed in all black like the omen. Man. Cheryl, yes, that shit hit my nerve because of the way they were mistreating Wendy. Okay, let me come to... It's All About the Benjamins. What? I feel like Mace is on that song. It's a few things. Okay, we talked about Diddy being raided. What do I want to do from here? I want to do something real, so you'd be very I think I'm gonna, because these are in no certain order. I can do let me do this because this is of great value and I can dispense of it quickly. I want to juxtapose for you three things. Oh, that's a bonus. I didn't know I had that. Okay, that's going to be delicious. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Okay, here's what I was trying to show you 2 years ago. Okay, this is how I presented it 2 years ago. I feel like it's important to show you this because you could appreciate how I'm going to present it to you now. This is what I presented to you 2 years ago. From my bed, no less. My favorite place on earth. Come on, bitch. Okay, just a second. All right. Watch very carefully, everybody. Watch. That's how I presented. Now watch the second piece. Straight down into its own footprint. We're going to see it again. No, we're not. We are, but not that. Now, first let me pull the oh. Now, I show in my video with this bridge that there's explosives. I want you now, I'm going to juxtapose that to this condo collapse that happened 2 years ago that also involved these stinking Zionist people. Okay. This is my evidence that I presented to you. Explosions that are happening. This is the video that they just gave out immediately. All right. But I have some other footage that support my prosecution. So let us see this. Then we'll see there's a short news conference and some other clips involved in this particular video. And then we'll just move through this as I deem best to do so. All right. So here we go.
The video shows the moment
now,
cargo.
Right here, you see clearly flames as a result of an explosion, i.e. a explosive charge. Play it again. All right. But it's important to notice the little white light first. First, this is the video that is the most pervasive. Then we'll see there's a short... Oh my God, shut up. Lost. I get tired of hearing me sometimes, y'all. Then we'll see there's a short... And I sadly have to hear a lot of me because I have to watch all my work back and blah, blah, blah. Then we'll see there's a short news conference and some other clips involved in this particular video. And then we'll just move through this as I deem best to do so. All right. So here we go. Actually, I should have not played my video. I should have just found the raw video of the collapse itself. You see there.
The Francis Scott Key Bridge. CBS News has confirmed the massive container ship lost propulsion before impact.
Entire bridge, the entire Key Bridge in the harbor.
We know there were individuals.
Now, stop. The language. Okay, I need just the video without me. I'm getting on my own last nerve. Let me pull just the bridge collapse itself. Ah, this is exactly what I need. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Yeah. Original Jewess, I see you. I just seen you. Just happened to see you. All right. First, see this, y'all. Right here. Right here. Hopefully you can see my cursor. Let me see if it's visible. Yes, you can see my cursor very well. Right here. Boom. You see white light. And then you will see it go to flame. Flame. We'll see it again. It's important to show you this. We're going to juxtapose this to this condominium bullshit. Watch it now. White light, flame. All right? I'll play it one more time, then we'll see the next section. Bright light, right there. And then flame. As it kinks and collapses. Because remember, this is a high heat explosive that can cut through steel like that. Faster than a hot knife cuts through butter. The next one is right here. You see, we already have the bright or the white. I'm just calling it light. It's not, it's a charge going off. That's the actual charge, and then you see the flame. Oh, I can do it in slow motion. That'll be easier. Okay. Watch now. Right here. You see where that little white light is? That's actually the charge going off. And you'll see that turn into a flame. Boom. You see that? But that flame wasn't as pronounced. Because whatever explosive they're using, they're keeping the flame at a minimum so it won't be so obvious. But that doesn't work completely out for them, as I'm going to illustrate. Watch it again. There's our bright light. Boom. You see, it was very subtle. But we have another segment because over further to the right, we're going to see the flame again. Now look over here now. Look here where my cursor is. I'm circling where my cursor is. Right here, you see the white light. That's your charge. And that one didn't really give off a flame. There's another one there. But then this one betrays them. Boom. Major flame right there. See it again. All right. Wait now. See the section right here. There's your bright light. Because that's a charge. That cut it already. But there's another one that gave off the flame right there. You see? There was probably 3 charges on that section. That articulation of the bridge, so to call it. All right? And wait, but then there's more. Because you notice that on this first section over here where the ship is, when the ship comes down on it, or when the bridge comes down on the ship, there's a charge there. That's another section that was supposed to be broken. Because that's right over the column that holds up the bridge. All right? Notice the flame that's going to be right here. Watch now. Boom. There's that big ass flame right here, right here, right here. You see that? And as I illustrated in my original video, we know that that's the bridge because that it's moving downward with the bridge. It's not, it didn't come from the ship. It didn't cause something on the ship to blow up. This is the bridge itself still being blown up as it's hitting the ship. See this again now. Look at the ship right here, right here, right here, right here. And boom, there's your flame. You see that? Traveling down, traveling down, traveling down. You see? No question. Now, juxtapose that to this. No, this is the one you need. Watch now. Wait now. Because I want you to be looking for those bright lights. That's your charge going off. It makes a white light when the charge goes off. It's also of value to juxtapose these two because both these two explosive events take place in the nighttime. So, I don't know if it's easier to hide flame in the daytime, but flame is less noticeable in the daytime. But I was struck by this that same bright white lights that are clearly the charges going off, fire optional, but definitely the bright white light is the charge going off, and you see it like in spades on this video here. Watch very closely. I mean, you can see it all over, quite frankly. Watch. The center section goes down. It's down now in seconds. The whole center section. But notice these bright lights that are sparking over here in this part that's about to go down. We're going to see it again, but see this now. You see those white lights happening in here? And it goes straight down in seconds. Let's go back. Watch now. You still see stuff exploding in there. But the dust comes up. But here you already see your first bright white light here on this one already. Right there. That one's being ready to take down. And also the giveaway is that both sections go straight the fuck down. You understand? Not, oh, it keeled over, it leaned over. Because after this, I'm going to show you, I was in the earthquake here in 1994 in California, the Northridge quake. I know what a collapsed building looks like. You understand? They don't go straight down, and when they go down, you can still tell it was a building. You understand? And they go down in sections and pieces, and it's still a lot of it's still standing, and it's very random. Not just in seconds. You see? But you see that bright white light right there. That's a charge going off. You see up here, there's a white light. That's another charge happening. More. Another one happening right here. Straight down. Because buildings don't go down like this, everybody. They just don't. Here's the easiest way for you to understand it. You're doing 90 on the highway. Oh my God, the driver in front of you slams on their brakes. And you hit them. If they're tailgating, let's say everybody, the driver you hit, and 6 other cars around, everybody is tailgating. All y'all are tailgaters. But when you hit that car, you just lost momentum. You just lost momentum. And even if you push him, he only has a certain momentum, that energy that has been produced from you hitting him to hit the car in front of him. And then it stops. we're going to maybe get 3 cars total, if that. What they're giving you is your car comes along, everybody's got their brakes on, and that you can go from this car all the way to the 16th car with no resistance. Nobody would believe that. Nobody would believe that, because it can't happen. Because when you hit, you lose momentum. You lose eventually you're out of steam. There's no more momentum. You can't do anything else. You see, that's the tall tale sign that the only way you get this is somebody has to take out the resistance to what's coming down. And you do that with explosives. Very strategically timed in milliseconds so that it lets go. And it becomes a smooth, you literally are going to drop the building. And that's what you see happening in front of you right here. Let's see this. And then straight down. See? And you saw 2 more explosions right up here on the top of the building. 2 more charges. Look right up here to the left where my cursor is. Boom. Boom. You see that? One more time. Boom. Boom. Wait. Boom. Boom. There it is. We'll do it again. Boom. Boom. One more time. Right here. Right there. You see it? So that was done by controlled demolition on purpose. It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a tragedy, and we just weren't expecting it. We don't know how it happened. None of that is true. That was done on purpose. And what's this? I saw this. I don't even need to show you the 9/11 footage. We can go directly to any footage. Oh, this was also the tall tale sign of that. Because remember after 9/11, remember down at Ground Zero, they kept saying there's just hot spots. There's just hot spots. You know, you can't really, they kept putting water on the pile because there's just all these fires. Because that is what military grade thermite does, known as thermate. It produces its own oxygen. You can't fucking put it out. So that's why you had teams of women that kept going down there, and everybody worked on the pile. They kept replacing their boots and replacing their boots and replacing their boots because they would just melt their boots. It's so hot. So how we also know that these towers, this condominium I just showed you, how we also know that that was also high heat explosives is because there was heat after the fact. And here is footage of that. By the way, the other thing is that when buildings collapse, you still see refrigerators and, ooh, they had a nice sofa. And, ooh, that must have been their bedroom set right there. But when you do this shit with high explosive, there's nothing. So you see what's on the ground there. It's nothing. Nothing. Not even a mirror, a veranda, anything. It's also a telltale sign. But I'm showing you this clip because you see that this was fires now underneath it after the fact. If a building just collapsed, you wouldn't really have a fire. You see? You see? See all this smoke and see because there's fire. That is evidence of the high heat explosives that were used. And I don't think there's any sound to this. No. And you see it's just pure rubble. There's nothing identifiable there at all of anything that was a condo or somebody's room or a piece of furniture, a sofa for God's sake, a mattress in this bitch. I mean, nothing there. And so that's why it's important to juxtapose that now and show you real collapsed buildings, so you never forget this. So when somebody tells you, when you're watching when they run footage of the self-inflicted false flag attack of 9/11, and they go, well, look, the building is collapsing. You can say, bitch, when you find a building collapse, I'll pay you $1 million. Because that ain't it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the let me find a news report. NBCLA. Are y'all showing damage? We may have to go to a couple of these because I'm seeing some really good ones. I know it's showing some really good damage, but I don't know, because it looks like it's not just straight up news. It's like somebody's shit, and I don't want to have to kill anybody right now. That's only a minute. That won't show anything. Wait. And this is an aerial. I can't do aerial right now. I need on the ground so you can see real buildings and what they look like when they are indeed have been collapsed. You go, that was a building and this is what it was. And when you can't do that, then something else has taken place. We'll just give this one a chance. Damn it. I know this is not going to yield what I need. I just can feel it. Oh, I'm still in slow motion. My bad. And I want you to know, I lived through this damn earthquake, and it was not cute, everybody. It was very, very traumatic. Okay. All right, enough already. Am I switched over? I think I'm switched over. I'm switched over. Okay. Now, let's see if we can find us some good damage. Some collapsed buildings, you understand? Here's a collapsed apartment building.
Male, dark hair, black hair with some graying.
The victim was found on the first level. The first level is the level that was compressed.
This is a partially collapsed building. That's probably Northridge Meadows, because 16 people died in the instant it hit. That's the moment I was in the air, hitting my nose on the coffee table in my living room. That moment, 16 people died at just Northridge Meadows apartments. In that moment.
Crushed. We have checked every room and every building.
This is the Pacific Palisades. This house has had problems a long time.
Okay, it's a partially collapsed house. So not really giving me what I need.
Jim, we've been sharing with you a morning that's almost surreal to see the Santa Monica free of traffic
try to serve its customers even after all of this damage. You can see there's a line of customers at the door there, and the reason they're serving them at the door is because it's too dangerous in here at the moment. They don't want.
That is the front. She was able to rescue. The reason she came out of her bedroom into the living room.
Okay, we're looking from the inside out, but still, this is a collapsed house or an apartment or something. But you still see the furniture and everything is still whole. You could still tell that, like, what that was.
Glass figurine that had a lot of special meaning for her.
And it's in parts, you know, like, it's inconsistent. Not this uniformity.
As she moved into the living room,
portion of the top of it collapsed. You see? Again, and it lost momentum, so it wasn't able to take out what was under it.
Go out the window with the bricks, and there you see it from the outside as we zoom out of the apartment building. Some 40 units here. Everybody worked together, got the older folks out without any.
Another collapsed building. You see? We can tell there was a fence, and oh my God, they had air conditioning. There was a, you know, I mean, you know, it's a building. It's not just like little specks of nothing on the ground.
Look at the gate.
That's like it. Can you believe that?
The gate looks like something holding up a castle. Look at that.
Look.
The keys.
At San Joaquin Valley College, it's never too late.
God. Can I just tell you, the whole time I was in Africa, I never saw a single commercial for anything.
Keys. I try to give the keys away, but nobody wants the keys.
We saved one piece of crystal, and we saved one gold-plated cup and saucer.
Meanwhile, back at the Renner's demolished castle, Renner's son. It's like something holding up a castle. Look at that.
This is my. This
Look, the car's flat.
That's your blue Cadillac.
Yeah.
That's why I don't do carports where you drive underneath anything. I don't do that. I don't do that. And since 1994, I don't live in no place where anybody's above me or below me. I don't do that. I also, if I'm driving, when I come to a freeway overpass, I'm not going under it if the light is red. So you can honk your horn till you turn gray. I'm not moving. I'm not. I'm not.
Gone.
When Salvador Pena was pulled from the dark hole.
Okay, this is a good one.
Yeah, sustained some very serious injuries, but we think he's going to be okay.
When Salvador Pena was pulled from the dark hole, he spent 9 hours in after the
Look,
quake.
even this, as collapsed as it is,
Elation
you see how
over his-
inconsistent it is. And you can still make out what it was.
Yeah, sustained some very
You
serious
see,
injuries.
I don't know if
but
they're on the
we
roof
think
or
he's
what.
gonna be okay.
I don't know what angle we're looking at it from.
When Salvador Pena was pulled from the dark hole, he spent 9 hours in after the quake. Elation over his rescue was mixed with fears for his survival. Paramedics had to place military anti-shock trousers over his legs and pelvis to prevent internal bleeding and splint any fractures that might have occurred. He was airlifted to UCLA Medical Center, where surgeons went immediately to work.
He thigh all the way down to his toes.
Although Salvador turned out to have no
home.
After controlling the bleeding, doctors in her had one more thing.
They're optimistic that he will recover.
Nothing less.
Toxins out of there.
As Salvador's kidneys started to work, he also began to get the feeling in his legs back.
Okay.
Although the next 48 hours are...
Just so I feel like we really... what am I looking for? Because I feel like this one has probably got some really good... Oh, this is enough. I didn't even see this one. This is enough. I can be happy with this. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's just show you this real quick. Okay. Mira.
The city that's named for a saint is having a devil of a time. 100 structures, homes, businesses, public buildings are now designated too dangerous
And I see this says damage in Santa Monica. That's not even in the valley. The earthquake was in the valley where I lived at. The San Fernando Valley. Santa Monica is like out near the beach and West LA and all that. But it was such a big quake that people felt it for many, many miles. My grandmama and them lived roughly 2 hours from me. And they were standing in doorways, you know, riding it out. They lied to us too. They said it was a 6.7. People who live in California, we become Richter scales. We get an earthquake. We can tell you what it was, what the magnitude was. But you see, a few years before this quake, they had the quake up north in Northern California. They raised taxes on Southern California to help pay for earthquake relief in Northern California. So when we had our earthquake, we should have got the same thing. But if it's not over a certain magnitude, you don't get that. We know this bitch was 8 points. We know it. Don't give us 6, 7, 6, 8. Don't do it. We were having aftershocks that were 6, 7, 6, 8. How you going to have an aftershock that's exactly the same as the earthquake? You can't do that. No. 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 We went through it.
For human habitation. Another 141 are to be entered only at your own risk.
This is what collapsed buildings
look like. Wherever I turn.
Let's be very clear.
There's a lot of yellow warning tape at the 3rd Street Promenade, but structural damage there appeared to be light. Not so with Santa Monica Boulevard.
It gives us a little something because again, this isn't in the valley. This is West LA.
Older buildings like this one, built in 1923, did not do well.
But again, you see what collapses should look like. You still have a big portion of the structure still there, or even if the whole thing collapses, it still looks like a whole thing that collapsed, not like it was obliterated to dust. Like, nah.
This is the Santa Monica Masonic Temple. The building has stood here since 1923. They spent about $250,000 very recently to make it earthquake safe. The renovations helped to keep the building up, most of it, but it will have to be condemned. Now, the 2nd-story ballroom is a room with a view.
Having spent more than 50 years as a member of this lodge, and a very active one, it's really
put his name up there.
To see a fine building like this go.
The time of death is duly noted on a wall clock, frozen at the moment the temblor hit.
Yep. And I was already hotter than fish grease because I was the only black person that worked at my job, and they had scheduled me to work, and it was Dr. King's birthday. Or holiday. And this is why I didn't go to work that day, because the earthquake hit at 4 something in the morning. Yeah, man. Let me come to you guys and see what you're saying thus far, because yeah. And you know what, you guys, I think we will just start our landing process. I'm looking at how long we've been on now, and it just, yeah. Because I still have to, just so you know what I'm dealing with. Because I still need to get to the Eclipse and Cern and the whole NASA launching rockets bullshit. There's also a piece where Elon Musk was out there promoting cryptocurrency and shit, had the 2 rockets. It was a whole thing. Like, they made this a whole corporate thing, you know. And I really want to go deeper on the whole Eclipse fiction. We still have to get into and the serpent deity of it all, and we have to get into Gaza, and I want to deal specifically with the this little girl that was murdered, and excuse me, also, and these I think it's called World Kitchen or something. I knew the guy because they profiled him a long time back, and I was impressed with his humanity and his the charity work he was doing. And this is his company where these people were trying to get there to get this food, and they fucking murdered them off. I also have to get to my whole random folder, which I have a bunch of stuff there that I want to show you. we got a lot we need to still deal with. So we're just going to start landing. The time today was unavoidable, but we'll have time tomorrow, inshallah. Let's see, where am I at? Nixie. I think that's... Yeah, you figured it out. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Thanks for posting. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, thank you, Nixie. You say, I'm not sure where in... Oh, I read that. Oh, I'm further down. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. Okay, I read that. I'll just start here. Nixie, exactly to Cheryl. Willa, no time. Cheryl, yes, Maze is on that song, Jedi. Okay. Willa says the title is No Time. Original US. Shout out to you, Jedi, Diddy, Lil Kim, and the Locks. Benjamins. That's it. Benjamins. Dun 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 dun. It's all about the Benjamins. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Cheryl, Jedi, thanks for staying up late with your live stream tonight. It's Lisa. I would stay later, but I can't. J9, a big shout out to you. Good to see you. Hey, Jedi. Hey, J9. Nixie, you have such a calming aura about you, Mr. Jedi. I want to share that with you. Well, thank you. I'm deeply honored, Nixie. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Is there nothing these Zionist devils are not attached to? Wow. They're everywhere. They are literally in everything, and they do run everything. Damn it. And there's some of them that are honest and will tell you. They will at least say it out loud. Nixie, did I hear you mention that you knew Vanity in one of your past? I did know Vanity. She was a very good friend of mine. Wow, she was beautiful inside and out. She admitted that she became possessed when she did drugs. May she rest in peace, Jedi. Yes. Some of that was, I mean, she was possessed, but she wasn't possessed. So some of it was she was hyperbolic, you know. Yeah. But, you know, anybody that does drugs, it alters your humanity to some degree, you know. But as I've told everybody, I never saw her do any drugs. You know, I never saw her. I saw evidence that she did something, but she never in front of me did something, you know. As I shared in the past, Nixie, my what became my bedroom in her penthouse, when she was first like, sweetie, you should move in, and I'm like, okay. When she showed me the room, it was a shrine to her. It was her. It was, the ceiling was covered in pictures of her. It was everything her. It was a shrine to herself. I hate to use that word because it wasn't like a worshiping thing. It's just so you can understand how it was. That's all it was her, you know. And then there was in that room was a porcelain penis, a porcelain black penis with red veins all through it. That's important to tell because she used to always say, I was sucking on the devil's dick. I was sucking on the devil's dick, and I've changed my life for the Lord. I have to change my life for the Lord. I didn't understand this sucking on the devil. Why specifically that? Why can't you say I was off the path of righteousness or something? But that's what she meant, because it turned out this particular penis, this porcelain penis, is you smoke out the head and you put your stuff where the sack is. You suck on the devil's dick. Needless to say, that was moved immediately out of my room when I moved in. And yeah, the first time that I saw anything was, and I don't know if I lived there yet or not. You know, I'm thinking I didn't yet, because why would I have been knocking on the door? So I'm thinking I hadn't lived there yet. But yeah, I showed up at the penthouse one day, and I knew she was home, and I'm sure I would have called, because I'm not the type that shows up at anybody's house, even if I know you home, without letting you know I'm coming. I'm consistent like that, so I have to know that I did that. I have to know I did that. Plus, the Grand was secure. You had to have security to get in. You know, well, I was already cleared from day one that I went to visit her, but still. And but anyways, this particular day, I don't know if I lived there yet or not. I think I must not have, because why didn't I just put my key in the door and go in? You know, but because the way the penthouse was set up, when the front door, if you're staying outside the front door, when the front door is open, your eyes go to the back where you see the sliding glass door with this arc over it, which was also window. So that hits the peephole at the front door. And so I saw movement. And I'm knocking on the door. Denise, it's me. And it was like out of a movie. When the door opened, you expect somebody to be standing there, but instead she was on the floor. You know. And, you know, she was crawling around, and I saw the burns, you know. And, the positive thing that came out of that day, or this story even, and I usually don't tell this part very often, because it took me a long time, especially when she first passed and I eulogized her. I just was very, you know, I don't know what I want to tell, you know. And that was a very hard video for me, because people don't know it. That video, I was holding back tears. I watch it, I can't believe that's me. I'm crying when I watch it. And how didn't I cry and break down when I did the video? You know. But I was very guarded, you know. I just didn't know what I should or should not tell, you know. Because A, I'm not that person, but B, she would have done the exact same thing for me. You know, she was such a good person. She was such a good person. Whenever I pray for her, which is all the time, I always ask that Allah be pleased with her on the great day. You know, because you can be good to human beings, and people on earth think you're fantastic, but then your maker is like, no, you weren't. And here's all the reasons why you're some bullshit and you're going to hell. You know. So, and plus Allah knows what you conceal and what you reveal. He is all-knowing. Not a leaf falls from a tree without his knowledge, and he is aware of every pebble of sand on the beach individually. So, But she was a good person, man. I know and have known a lot of celebrities and been around a lot of celebrities, been to their homes and things like that. This is the best way to say it. I think half the time she didn't remember she was famous. That it really was like as if you pick up a book and when you put it down, you have no attachment to that book. She's an amazing actress too. Like, I've sat on set and watched her act, you know, and things like that. And she can turn that on, but she was never fake. She's a real person. She's very genuine. I think that's why we got on so well, because you don't have to ever guess me. If I'm thinking and feeling it, I'm going to say it and do it. That's what it's going to be, you know. And, she was really something. But what I started to say about that story was that's the day that I spoke to Prince. And I don't want to put it like, ooh, I spoke to him, we had a conversation, and now he knows my name and he's having me over and he wants to fly me out to Minneapolis. Like, that didn't happen. Oftentimes when I was there, if the phone rang, I would answer it. You know, now here she is crawling around like a crazy woman. I'm answering calls. And the first call, it was her manager, Barbara, because Vicki Lawrence, who used to be Mama on Mama's Family, had a new talk show. They wanted to have Denise on, but Barbara was articulating, because when I answered the phone, it's Barbara. And she was like, I don't want to talk to Barbara. And she's crawling around. And I don't want to say that to anybody, you know, like, I don't know what's happening to her, blah, blah, you know. I'm very loyal, and I'm very good at perceiving the moment and going with that. Like, don't act dumb. I hate when people don't see the moment and you do something that just, you don't know you don't do that right now. You know, I hate that. So, they wanted her to come on the Vicki Lawrence show, but word was getting around that she was now starting to go down this religious path. And she had been on some shows where she had begun talking about the Lord on these various shows. And so they were telling Barbara they were interested to have her on, but they want to just know about her and her career and stuff like that. We don't want to talk about the Lord, you know. And she was like, I don't want to talk to Vicki Lawrence. Vicki Lawrence can go to hell. And everybody could just go to hell. And she's crawling around. And so Barbara goes, I'll just call her later, you know. And in fact, when I first started seeing her at the bank, I didn't know that the Mercedes that she was driving was Barbara's Mercedes. It wasn't Denise's. It was a tan to cream colored four-door Mercedes, like a C-Class. And yeah, that wasn't hers. Then we had a Bronco that was hers that I used to drive all the time. And so then now she's still crawling around, and then the phone rings. And mind you, everybody in her inner circle calls her Denise. She doesn't want you to call her. She got to a point where we couldn't call her Vanity, which from the time I knew her name was Denise, I wasn't interested in calling her Vanity, because in the first couple weeks after we knew each other, like that we started hanging out, that was over for me. Like I just that just fell away. I didn't even. We would literally have moments where she would forget I was just the public, and I would forget, like, oh, that's right, your Vanity, you know, because there's so much more to her than that. That's who was my friend. This person who's not in the music video or on stage or in a movie or something, you know. And anyway, so I mentioned that all of us call her Denise in the inner circle. Her sister Patricia called her V, and she let her get away with that. And so that's why this becomes important, because the Then a few minutes later, the phone rings. And I go, hello. And the voice goes, is Vanity there? Don't nobody call her Vanity. I go, I mean, yes, she's here. Because I didn't know how to even answer that. Because now, maybe it's a studio, maybe it's a producer, could be somebody, you know, anybody that's calling her Vanity, that's her industry name. So you got to be careful. So I go, well, yeah, she's here. Hold on. And, you know, this is the old landline phone where you could actually, now it's mute. I fucking can't. Well, we used to do this. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass. But especially with little kids, get your ass in there. Get your shit. Get your ass. Now, what was you saying? You know. So I put my hand over the thing, and I didn't want to engage her. Like, but I felt like, before I even knew who it was, you should take this call. But she's in such a state, I don't want to. I'm going to be there like, you got a phone call. What? Come on. So I just voted against it. I went, hi, listen, Vanity's not available right now. And then the person goes, is she having a bad day? Yes. Who's calling? This is Prince. I dropped the phone. And I'm not even starstruck like that. Like, I'm very, so what? You shit on a toilet like me, you know. But it was something about his energy that was, you know. And now I got to get her the call. I'm like, hold on. I go, Denise, and I can't believe I'm going to say it. Like, Vandy's on the floor and Prince is on the phone. How is this my life? So there was that moment, but I didn't really have the moment fully then until after. What the fuck that happened? You know. But in the moment, I'm like, Denise, it's Prince. I don't want to talk to Prince. Prince can go to hell. There she was with that again. Everybody can go to hell. So I don't know what to do now. So I just go, hi, Prince. I go, she's kind of having a bad day right now. He goes, is she having a very bad day? It was like something off of his album. I go, yeah, he said. He goes, I know what the problem is. Click. I was standing there looking at the dial tone. I'm looking as if I'm going to see the dial tone. I hear it, but I'm standing there like I'm going to hear it. Or I'm going to see the dial tone. Or I don't know what I expect to happen. But I just stood there like, wow, what do I even do with that? You know, it was crazy. It's crazy. But that precipitated because the first night that I ever went to her place, she told me, when she was on the phone and she pulled the white snake with the red eyes out of the aquarium and put it on me and goes, she loves men. And I'm like, I'm not. After probably the next day, or it's certainly in that same week or next couple of days, whatever, I didn't mention it. That her state of affairs, she didn't bring it up, and I didn't bring it up. And, but I did mention, you know, did you ever get a chance to give Prince a call? And then she began to tell me, you know, like, that's how I know that, you know how you hear women, they're like, this person was my one true love, no matter who I'm with. You know, if you call Madonna right now and go, who's the one you ever loved the most? It's Sean. It's Sean. The bitch is 90, and she'll still say that. So this was that. You know, they really were in love with each other, and I can also see it because you had to know her. You know, my friend, well, my inner circle, we all had that, this, I guess it was the energy of the 80s and 90s, you know, like the way I dressed. I made my own stuff. It was all unique. I was into vintage stuff, brooches, this royalty, and ooh, you know, everywhere I went, people, where'd you buy that, brothers? I can't, you can't, you know. And so Denise made a lot of her stuff. If she didn't make it, she had an idea. I want this here, this, I'll have so-and-so do it, and so-and-so sell it for me. Her stuff was always unique. She was very, and she didn't dress for glamour and to be, ooh, she just was her womanly feminine expression. It's one of the things I loved about her, you know. I don't even know if she thought she was beautiful. She was just so, there was so much more to her. There was so much other focus. You just, all that stuff just kind of peeled away, man. It really did. You have to know that. I have to really make you understand that. I don't, you know, she just wasn't, but I mentioned to go back, but, you know, basically the words that she was choosing at the time was that she messed up, you know, and without her really spelling it out from A to Z, it was just basically, she was young, Prince was young, and, you know, at the time that she meets Prince, she's not, you know, she's still finding her way in the world. She's still impressed with fame and things like that, and interested in that, and so, you know, sometimes when wisdom comes upon you, sometimes it's too late, you know. Physically, I could see them being together because she was short, and Prince is short, you know, but she also had that natural mystery. Some people just have it, just a mystery, a nuance about them that's just, it's unspoken but known for sure, you know. And they both had that. I understood the mystery more because I was close to her. Like, we slept in the same bed, you know, many a night, and woke up together. But I still, I saw the full humanity of who she was. Her full humanity. I was so blessed, man. Ah, man, I was so blessed. She was really something special, you guys. I need you to really know that. She was a special human being. Kind to a fault. And as it relates to just she and I, she always looked out for me. That's how we became friends. The first time that I went to her house, when she invited me to her place, I didn't know why she had invited me. What should I wear? What am I doing? Should I be ready to smash? I mean, it was just I've never been more unprepared and unable to prepare than that day. I don't know what I should do. I don't even know how to prepare for this. I'm happy to be prepared for anything, but I don't know where I'm going. Why am I going here? What? And I remember we left the penthouse. She was on the phone when I got there. She put the snake on me and all that. And I'm still sitting there going, I'm in Vanity's penthouse. As much as I hate leather furniture, Vera was sitting on her black leather couches. I'm over it. But, and her home felt like her. Just immediately I walked in, it wasn't, this is trendy, so do that. It felt like her. It had the mystery, the femininity, the beauty, the order. It was her, man. It was her. Her home felt like her. It wasn't a put on. And she got off the phone, and she wasn't shy. And I think she could see that I still was carrying a lot of my shyness too. I explode when I get on a stage or in front of people or something like that, but I used to be like, don't talk to me. And she just wasn't like that. So just to give you an example, she gets off the phone, she goes, "Hi, sweetie, how you doing? What you been doing? What's going on?" She was just very familiar from moment one. That's how she used to be when I met her at the bank. And that made my shoulders go down, I could just relax. Whichever way she gonna steer the boat, I'm here for the ride. Let's go. And so she goes, "Come on, let's go. I need to go over to the mall." So there was this cut through from the Grand into the Galleria Mall. We went there, went to a kiosk. I don't remember what happened at the kiosk. I just remember the dude knew her, but now, as I look back at it over the years, did he know her because she was vanity or he knew her? I don't know. Anyways, and then we left in my car. When we left the Galleria Mall and went back over to the Grand and went into the parking structure, we were in my Hyundai Excel GL. I'm over it. And I'm driving and she's in my passenger seat. That's when I was having those moments of like, affinity. Like, mind you, we don't got no cell phones and all this shit then. You feel me? So it wasn't like I could be like, let's get us some. It makes me mad. And we just down the street, her sister lived. I never saw her sister's house because her sister wasn't home, and that's the only day I went to her sister's house. And she left a note on the door, and we got back in the car and went down the street to the Hallmark store. And I'm in this white suit, I'm dressed because I don't know, I'm going to Vanity and I don't know how to even dress. I don't even know what. So she says, "Pick yourself out a gift." How did I get on this, y'all? I'll finish the story and then we'll land. I'm sorry. I'm in my own world now. But she says, "Pick yourself out a gift." And I was like, that just felt like, nah. A, I'm a man that I don't really take nothing from a woman. And B, this is our first time together that you've invited me to your home. I'm not no charity case. I work. Why you want me to pick out a gift? So I didn't know how to feel. Should I feel some type of way? But it was clear to me that it was a gesture. It wasn't any of that. It was just a gesture. It's just a gesture. Like, pick yourself out a gift. And I go, "No, I'm good." She's like, "No, pick yourself out a gift." And then I think I got it on the second or third time she said it. The way she said it, I guess my soul just got it. And I just picked out a box of chocolates. I'm not extravagant. I'm not into stuff. So I'm the worst person to say pick something out. Unless I'm getting something for somebody else. Then I'm the best gift giver in the world. And because that last time she said, "You pick yourself out a gift and next time you'll get me a gift." I think that's why I was like, okay, yeah. So I just got the chocolates and I was good with it, And then we got back to the house. I just remember thinking, I don't know why she invited me over. I probably won't be in her presence again like this, but I'm glad we had this time, And I was going to be cool with that. I'd seen enough that I knew there was more to her than the celebrity, she was a real person. She didn't put on no airs, you know. And then she's kind to everyone that would come up to her. Like she was just waiting to see you. Just waiting to see you. She was really something, y'all. But then probably, I remember that was a Tuesday. And probably a couple of days after that, sweetie, what are you doing on such and such day? I want you to come and go wherever. All right, I like that. And she just started inviting me, including me. And just became that. And then time had just passed and we just were always together, it seemed, you know. And but it wasn't just inviting me to be a wallflower. Like she really attended to me, you know. Anywhere we went, she held my hand. And man, she was so special, dude. And then finally the day came, we were at the house. I don't remember what we were talking about, something we were doing. She's like, sweetie, why don't you move in with me? I go, are you serious? She goes, yeah, it would be great, you know. There wasn't a lot of translation that needed to be done between she and I, because she was someone from the soul and I am. So I feel it when it's from the soul. I know it. I get your intention. I get your inference. I get it all. I got you. I got you. I understand. You know. So it was, for me, it was just about logistics. Did I want to do this, and what does this mean for me? You know. And there was just some things I needed to work out in my mind. Just take a quick inventory, and I feel like it was probably the next day or maybe sooner, or even that, you know. It's like, yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, why not? And I did. And it was wonderful, man. I haven't bought English muffins in a very long time because of my food fear when I start learning about stuff, but she had me where we would have the English muffin, and you butter it, and then garlic salt, and I think pepper, and then you crack the egg and put it in the broiler. It was so good, y'all. We ate those like the world was going to end. Oh. You know, there was one time that we both had a cold, and she was like, let's make some homemade chicken soup. I was like, let's do it, you know. And she had an iguana. I love iguanas. Her iguana's name was Theo. And he used to love to sit in my hair. I had a jerry curl, but my curl was very dry, but my hair was heavy. I had the hair of life, dude. And he'd sit in my hair, and we'd eat smoked oysters together all the time. Me and that damn iguana. That's all I could tell you guys. She was really something. I miss her so much, man. And it's appropriate to talk about her because I was just showing you the earthquake from '94, and that's when we lost contact. You know, she was freaked out. I was freaked out. And, yeah, I can't. I don't know how I even got into that whole story. What did you say, Nixie? Did I hear you mention you knew Vanity? Yeah. And wow, she was beautiful inside and out. And I can tell you, Nixie, she woke up looking like that. She was a woman of very little makeup. Most times she didn't wear makeup. In fact, when I did the television movie with her, I was on set before she was on set. or I should say when I got there, she wasn't on set. That's probably the most correct way to say it. And when she came on set, and she goes, "Baby," and ran all the way over to me, because you couldn't miss me in my suit. And first thing I said to her is, "I don't like that lipstick they got on you." But it works for the camera. But in person, it was like, ugh. Yeah, she was naturally beautiful. She woke up like that. Literally. Wallahi, I can tell you, a million times I've seen her. Okay, see, we're going to go. And she's brushed, and we're out the door, and she looks just like that. Her skin was that. Everything up. She was that. That's how she looked. She woke up like that. Denise Matthews, my friend. Anyways, we will land, you guys. But I will make a commitment to be back here tomorrow, because I'm very committed about the things that I want to bring. And I want to shout out my brother Terrence again for being the only real black person on this damn thing tonight, apparently. Because nobody else could find their way to their video camera. And I don't know if you still hear Allison, but when you come along, anybody come along typing all these dossiers and things, when I'm on this software, if you know I'm going to be on camera, I'm not reading your comments at all. How about that? Got the most to say and the last one to want to come on camera. Not doing it. I will find my evil ways to deal with you. I will find it. All of you. But meanwhile, let's all get a good night's sleep, everybody. Because, in fact, even when I get off of here now, I don't know if I feel like I don't feel like it. I feel like I want to wait till tomorrow, but I feel like I should call Amos's wife that's here and coordinate to get the car tomorrow to go to the airport. This time I can call her tomorrow. Over it. Because I haven't eaten, and I am hungry and I want to eat. So I'm going to do that. And it's 10:30 here. But we'll do it again tomorrow, you guys. That I promise. And but I will say this. If you guys can't come on to just have, you could talk about whatever. You don't have to, you can just come on. If I can't get folks to do that tomorrow, know that I will probably never do this software again. And I got some more punishments and stuff. I'll just dreaming up some evil things I can do to get revenge on y'all. Like, just know that. So, make me happy. And cooperate. And it would be far more fulfilling, you know. And also, you can have more of a say than me sitting up here reading your comments. You know, I guess sit here and read everything. You could just say it. Then I get your nuance, and you could expound on your point, and you could bring new points, whatever you want to do, you know. So, let us try and do something wonderful tomorrow. But, again, on behalf of all Muslims everywhere across the planet, Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. May Allah accept your fasting, your prayers, your charity and your good deeds, your entire effort, and give you the hasana and the ajr of this Ramadan, inshallah. And to everyone else, I say thank you guys for coming this evening. I'm glad we had a chance to spend some time together. It's good to be back. And I look forward to being with you guys again tomorrow. But for now, this is the Jedi. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody, inshallah. Good night.